Now like to declare this general meeting open at 9:32 a.m. on Wednesday the 16th of April 2025. I would firstly like to acknowledge the Quandamooka people who are the traditional custodians of this land on which we meet, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to other Indigenous Australians who are present today. Firstly, I'll run through some housekeeping. I would like to remind you all that this meeting is being recorded in audio and video, as well as being live streamed online. Councillors are reminded that parliamentary privilege does not extend to the chamber as it does for state and federal parliamentarians, and you are reminded to be cognisant of this in any comments which you may make during the course of this meeting. I would also like to remind councillors to use the microphone when speaking, and for any councillors or officers who are attending virtually to please use the mute button when not speaking. In the event of an evacuation, I would ask that you remain calm and follow my directions. The emergency exit is through the gallery doors, off to my right and your left, and down the stairwell to exit onto Bloomfield Street. In relation to public conduct during meetings, all members of the public present at a meeting must, not without the prior approval of the chairperson, make any audio or video recording or take any photographs. Remain quiet and not disrupt the meeting in any way, not bring into the meeting any signs, placards or items that may cause a hazard or interfere with any person present, be suitably dressed, and turn all mobile devices to silent mode and leave the meeting to take any calls. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to warn a member of the public present at a meeting who is not complying with any of these requirements and may, with or without such warning, require the person to leave the meeting and not return for such period as the chairperson decides. This period may include future meetings. We will now move to agenda item number 2, which is leave of absence. I have not been advised of any leave of absence, but I have been advised this morning that Councillor Rendles has requested to join the meeting via teleconference. Can I have a mover and seconder that Councillor Rendles, Shane Rendles, be permitted to attend the meeting via teleconference? Moved by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour will put the motion. That is Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Councillor Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself, carried unanimously. Obviously, Councillor Rendles is out of the room. I would now like to remind councillors to sign the attendance sheet for today's general meeting. Sorry, and that motion was carried. The attendance sheet for today's meeting, which can be found in diligent boards. This must be completed before the meeting concludes. I now move to agenda item number 3, which is the devotional segment, and I would like to invite Pastor Joss, my namesake, Demand, sorry if I'm pronouncing your surname incorrectly, from Redland's Healing Rooms to lead council in a brief devotional segment. Thank you.
I'm on now. It's lovely to be here with you again, and it is such a pregnant time of the year. In 2 days' time, it is Good Friday. Actually, 2,000 years ago, roughly speaking, it wasn't a Good Friday, it was a terrible Friday. But we've come to call it Good Friday because of the significance that that day created for all men and women. As somebody said, open the gates of heaven for us all. I want to read for you just 3 verses from Scripture. It's Luke 23, verse 32, and the following. There were 2 other criminals. There were 2 others, criminals, led with him to be put to death. And when they came to the place called Calvary, there they crucified him and the criminals, one on the right and one on the left. Then Jesus said, Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they do. And they divided his garments and cast lots. In different languages, there is a saying that basically says you come naked into the world and you can't take anything with you either. Here we see the soldiers actually casting lots over his garments. So he literally was about to go out of this world naked, dying naked. And some good scholars that I follow, they don't all agree, but they reckon that Jesus was actually crucified in the year 32. So in the year 2032, it'll be exactly 2,000 years, which in our area, of course, is the year of the Olympics. So this is about 3 months before the Olympics. Scholars reckon it'll be exactly 2,000 years that Jesus was crucified, more specifically on the 6th of April. And there is one more thing that I want to lift out of this part. I want to read you the same 3 verses out of a different translation. That was the New King James. I want to read it out of the Passion Translation. And then I'll pray for us. 2 criminals were led away with Jesus, and all 3 were to be executed together. When they came to the place that is known as the Skull, the guards crucified Jesus, nailing him on the center cross between the 2 criminals. While they were nailing Jesus to the cross, he prayed over and over, "Father, forgive them, for they don't know what they're doing." The soldiers, after they crucified him, gambled over his clothing. Naked he came and naked he left. And amazing what he did in between. Let us pray. Thank you, Lord, for your ultimate example, setting the example for us, as you were, as this translation says, repeatedly forgiving those that were crucifying you. I can imagine when they nailed you through your right wrist, that you forgave them. When they nailed you through your left wrist, that you forgave them again. And when they put the huge nail through both of your feet, you forgave them again. Lord, help us to take that to heart, so that we can forgive those that sin against us, as that ultimate example that you said. And that as we let people go, that you will let us go, because all of us are guilty. None of us are perfect. And we ask this in the name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor Jos. We now move to condolences, and councillors, I'm not aware of any condolences. I guess Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a condolence that I'd like to share, a tribute to Ms Merrill Ovenden, OAM. So good morning, Mayor and councillors. Today I'd like to pay tribute to an extraordinary woman who dedicated her life to service, community and shaping the lives of generations of young people. Ms Merrill Ovenden, OAM, formerly of Thornside. For almost 50 years, Merrill has served as a scout leader and mentor of young people. On Saturday, the 15th of March this year, Merrill's relatives joined the general community and broader scouting family, along with the Chief Commissioner and District Commissioner of Scouting Queensland, as well as other dignitaries, including Councillor Boglari, for a memorial at the Birkdale Scout Den in Mary Street, Birkdale. Merrill passed away peacefully at the end of 2024, and while her family have asked that no social media coverage take place, they've graciously given me permission to share this update and acknowledge her contribution to our community. Merrill was 86 years of age. She was born in a time of great uncertainty. Her life was shaped by the absence of her father, who served in the 2nd AIF during World War II, and tragically he never returned. He became a prisoner of war, who died while working on the Thai-Burma Railway in 1943 at the hands of the Japanese, a loss that left a permanent void in Merrill's life and which deeply influenced her sense of purpose. As a legacy child, Merrill dedicated herself to honouring the service and sacrifice of veterans. She instilled a respect for tradition in more than 1,000 young people who she directly mentored through Joeys, Cubs, Scouts, Rovers and Venturers, helping them, in the Scouts way, to be prepared for life. She attended jamborees across the land and maintained a lifelong commitment to attending Anzac services, dawn service in town at Cleveland and also at the Wellington Point Memorial. She was an active member of the Redlands Baden-Powell Guild, the Redlands War Widows and through the Redlands RSL. She was also one of the most creatively gifted craftspeople you could ever meet. At her memorial, there was a parade of some of the many sophisticated props and past costumes that she had designed for Redlands Review, Brisbane Gang Show, a variety, a feast of colour and movement, and other performances over the decades. Meryl was an educator, a communicator, and a leader of rare calibre. She lived without a mobile phone, computer or email, yet she was one of the most connected people you could ever hope to meet. Not much got past Meryl, and despite her tiny frame and her eagle eyes, she remained a tower of support to many people. In July last year, Mayor Joss Mitchell recognised Meryl's inclusion in the King's Birthday Awards honours list in recognition of her service to young people through scouting. And then in September, Meryl was presented with the Medal of the Order of Australia by the Governor of Queensland, Her Excellency the Honourable Dr. Jeanette Young, AC PSM. True to form, when Meryl first received the official telephone call from Government House to advise her of this news, she immediately hung up the phone, convinced that it was a scam. No one was going to pull the wool over Meryl's eyes. She got a lot of mileage out of that story. In the late 1970s, Meryl joined with other Scout mums, Girl Guide leaders and former councillor Barbara Geary to create and then organise, for the last 50 years, a unique local Anzac Day service where young leaders play a major role in presenting a community-based ceremony on Anzac Day each year. They began at the Birkdale School of Arts Hall and soon moved to Wellington Point State High School after outgrowing the School of Arts. And 50 years later, the ceremony continues thanks to her ongoing support. Meryl would often delight at these events in the many local stories that have recently surfaced regarding World War II activities from Redland City and in our area, Birkdale, Wellington Point, Thornside, Capalaba. In a recent speech she gave on Anzac Day in 2023, Meryl dreamed of a day in the future where young people would gather to acknowledge VP Day, Victory in the Pacific, on the 15th of August, as a celebration of news that Japanese surrender first came to the US radio station in Birkdale, signalling the end of World War II and the commencement of a lasting peace that we still enjoy today. The Birkdale Scout Den is located within the council-named Rob and Meryl Ovenden Reserve, a fitting legacy to the life she shared with her veteran husband Rob, who passed away in 2007. Meryl's scouting name was Bacandi, and the Birkdale Scouts erected a sign naming Bacandi's Meeting Circle behind the den at her recent memorial. Meryl will be deeply missed by her son Greg, her daughter Penny, and her grandchildren Amy and Alex, yet her legacy stretches far beyond her family. It lives on in the many young people she's mentored, the community she's helped build, and the traditions she preserved and encouraged us all to respect. Meryl Ovenden was one of a kind, a true servant leader, a gifted creator and a fierce advocate for the values that bind us all together. Vale Meryl, you will not be forgotten. Thank you.
Well said.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bishop. Very, very moving, actually, and she was an absolutely wonderful human being. I move to agenda item number 4, which is recognition of achievement. Do we have any councillors who would like to present a recognition of achievement? Moving to agenda item number 5, which is receipt and confirmation of minutes. We now move into the confirmation of minutes, and may I have a mover and seconder that the minutes of the general meeting held on the 19th of March 2025 be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Tolty, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Rendles, can I have an indication from you online?
Aye.
Thank you. That's carried unanimously.
Just clarifying, there were no matters of correctness that needed to be addressed.
Oh, sorry. Are there any... Sorry, before we've moved it now. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you. Moving to agenda item number 6, which is declaration of prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interests. Councillors are reminded of their responsibilities in relation to a councillor's prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest at a meeting. Details of these responsibilities are also outlined in the agenda. Please be reminded that all interests need to be declared at a statutory meeting of council. This means any prescribed or declarable conflict of interests relating to an item being discussed at a non-statutory meeting needs to be declared at the general or special meeting preceding the non-statutory meeting or workshop. A potential list of items to be discussed at all non-statutory meetings are made available to councillors with each workshop agenda before the preceding general meeting so that this can be achieved. These declarations can also be made at any time throughout the meeting. Does anyone need to raise a conflict of interest? And I will start with myself. I have filled in the conflict of interest form, and I'm declaring that I, Councillor Jocelyn Mitchell, declare that I have a declarable conflict of interest in agenda item number 13.2, Office of the Independent Assessor, referral of suspected conduct breach at the general meeting today, which is the 16th of April 2025, due to being a party of the complaint. I will exclude myself from the meeting whilst this matter is being discussed and the vote taken. 13.4, agenda item 13.4. Are there any other councillors who wish to declare a conflict of interest?
I do.
Councillor Rendles.
I, Councillor Shane Rendles, declare that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 13.4, Office of the Independent Assessor, referral of suspected conduct breach at the general meeting on 16th of April 2025, due to being a party to the complaint. I've considered my position. I will leave the room while the matter is discussed and the vote taken.
Thank you, Councillor Rendles. Any other councillors? No, thank you. Moving to agenda item number 7, matters outstanding from the previous general meeting. The CEO will now give an update on the matters outstanding from the previous general meeting. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning. There are several items that are outstanding from the previous general meeting minutes. Item 7.1, the indoor sports facilities planning. A report will come to a future meeting of council. Item 7.2, the draft Birkdale Community Precinct Local Government Infrastructure Designation Consultation Report. A report will come to a future meeting of council. Item 7.3, the petition from Councillor Shane Rendles regarding the request for council to reverse the full cost recovery policy for Moreton Bay Marine Facilities. A report will come to a future meeting of council. Item 7.4, council representative portfolio structure. A report addressing this matter is listed on the agenda for today. Item 7.5, service review and restructure. A report will come to a future meeting of council. And item 7.6, tropical cyclone Alfred. I think in our enthusiasm last month, we thought that we would be able to have a recovery report ready for council by April, but it has come to pass that not only was the response so significant, but also the recovery efforts are significant and are still ongoing. So I think it's appropriate that we bring the report to council at the appropriate time rather than preempt something that really doesn't provide a full picture. So we'll bring that back to council when we've got proper information to be able to provide. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Moving to agenda item number 8, councillors, I'll advise that I do have a Merrill minute, but in the interests of those members of the public waiting to speak in the public participation session and those individuals that also have an interest in the items of the agenda, I'll bring this minute at a later point in the agenda. Moving to agenda item, Councillor Colley.
Just a point of clarification, do we need to agree to alter the order of business?
No, we do not.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Agenda item number 9, public participation. In accordance with section 6.10, council meeting standing orders, a period of 15 minutes may be made available by resolution to permit members of the public to address the local government on matters of public interest relating to the local government. We have 3 residents who would like to speak today, so we will need a motion to suspend standing orders. Can I have a mover and seconder that the meeting standing orders be suspended for 15 minutes for the public participation segment to allow members of the public to address council on matters of public interest relating to the local government? Moved by Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Put the motion. Those in favour? Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Rendell's online. Can I have an indication?
Yes.
Carried unanimously. You may have noticed the signage in the chambers regarding public participation at meetings. It is Council's usual practice to require any person wishing to address the meeting to state their name and suburb or organisation that they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. This information is recorded in the minutes of the meeting, which is a public document available for inspection at Council's administration building and also published on Council's website. I also advise that the meeting is being live streamed and that by speaking you acknowledge and agree that this meeting can be seen in the public domain. Any person addressing this meeting will state their name and suburb or organisation they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. Stand unless unable to do so. Act and speak with decorum. Be respectful and courteous. Make no comments directed to any individual council employee, councillor or member of the public, ensuring that all comments relate to council as a whole. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to consider each application on its merits and consider any relevant matter in making my decision to allow or disallow a person to address the local government. Only those members of the public who have an approved application are able to do so. Details of how to apply are on council's website. Determine the maximum number of speakers based on the number of persons wanting to speak and the time available. Each speaker has a maximum of 5 minutes and you will be provided a warning at 4, dependent on the number of speakers. I can also withdraw the approval to address council before the time period has elapsed. Debate or discussion cannot be entered into at this time. So we have 3 speakers, as I said, today, and we are first going to ask Mr. Tom Taranto, if you could please move forward to the lectern to address council. Please state your name and suburb or organisation you represent and the subject you wish to speak about.
Madam Mayor, councillors, my name is Tom Taranto and I have lived and paid my council rates here in Cleveland for over 30 years. Today, I want to address motion 13.2 regarding councillor portfolios and its proposed policy as per the Queensland Local Government Act 2009. In the last local election, Redland City residents bestowed our mayor a mandate with over 60,000 votes, 67% of all votes. This overwhelming support signalled a desire for a unified strategic leadership. The Queensland Local Government Act, specifically section 12.4, outlines the mayor's role as the leader of our council, responsible for its strategic direction and ensuring decisions reflect the city's best interests. Councillors under the same section are tasked with serving their divisions in light of the entire community. The current motion 13.2 proposes adopting a portfolio system that has been discussed through internal workshops. While the policy states objectives like enhanced accountability and improved community engagement, it is essential to question whether clear evidence supports these potential outcomes. Past attempts by council on similar portfolio structures have not yielded significant benefits for our community. Importantly, there appears to have been minimal community consultation on this significant policy. Engagement references are confined to internal discussions, excluding the voices of constituents who are affected by this policy. I believe a council committed to transparency should prioritise resident involvement in discussions that shape their lives. One concern raised in the council's own documentation is that there is no statutory requirement for portfolios under the Local Government Act 2009. The structure is optional and does not bestow any formal delegated authority for decision making. Essentially, these portfolios could blur governance lines and accountability without truly providing any new powers. I believe a responsible decision from the Council requires careful risk assessment and cost-benefit analysis. Alarmingly, the report states there are no risks associated with this proposal. However, significant restructures inherently carry risks, including duplicated efforts, loss of constituent voices, erosion of the Mayor's citywide leadership, which is contrary to the mandate from voters. While the report acknowledges an increased workload for portfolio representatives and staff, it lacks quantification, raising questions about associated costs and justification to ratepayers. Additionally, there seems to be no means for evaluating whether this policy successfully achieves its intended goals. There are no performance metrics, no mitigation strategies, and no community impact assessments. Madam Mayor, councillors, I believe effective governance relies on a unified council focused on strategic needs instead of overlapping roles. The creation of portfolios should not diminish leadership or distract councillors from their responsibilities to their divisional constituents and the city. Council's strength should lie in a collective focus, a shared vision led by the Mayor and collaboratively supported by all councils.
Mr Tarento, you're at time. If I could just ask you to conclude.
I make it 4:30, Madam. In closing, it is not anti-progress to seek evidence and transparency on the proposed portfolio structure. I believe the documentation before us lacks thorough risk assessments, meaningful community engagement, and clarity on how the policy lead to genuine improvements for our city.
Thank you, Mr Taranto.
There was one last paragraph, but thank you very much. I notice it's 5:05. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to our second speaker, Mr Sorensen. Mr Sorensen, I've got you down as Mr Sorensen Karklis. Please move forward to the lectern to address council. Please state your name and suburb or organisation you represent and the subject you wish to speak about.
Redland City Council. My name is Callan Sorensen Karklis and I'm a resident of Cleveland and I'm originally from North Stradbroke Island. I'm here today to present the concerning news that Redland City Council is the only South East Queensland council in the immediate Brisbane metro area that fails to hold a net zero carbon emissions policy by the year 2050. I have an extensive background in policy with a degree in government and international relations. I was also a former policy member of the environment platform of the ALP. Active in the Save Toondah campaign, and just for reference, I'm also a cousin of State Environment Minister Leanne Enoch and a great-great-grandson of 40-year alderman and Gympie Deputy Mayor James Wilson Hughes. I am also a great-grandson of Alfred Martin on North Stradbroke Island. They both have roads named after them, and like them, I care about the environment. Like many of you, I care about my local community. Australia is a signed signatory to the Paris Agreement, and all levels of government, regardless of political affiliations, are all in support of net zero emissions by the year 2050. We have a responsibility to mitigate and reduce Redland City Council emissions as part of this in global efforts to limit temperatures below 2 degrees Celsius by limiting it to 1.5 degrees Celsius. In light of the recent Cyclone Alfred event affecting our local community and future events imminent in the near future, similar to recent years of worsening weather events such as floods, bushfires and cyclones, now is the perfect time to act on this. Redland City Council was previously a local leader on emissions reduction in 2010. It adopted it as part of its corporate planning as a 75 reduction rate of 1998 levels by 2050, which is a policy that also was instrumental in the introduction and in building of the Birkdale Renewable Energy Facility under former Mayor Melva Hobson. Under former Mayor Karen Williams, Redlands actually succeeded in 25% reduction of emissions from its corporate facilities and fleet in the 2013-14 quarter. Worked with the former state Palaszczuk government to establish hydrogen plants locally at Ormiston at the Redlands Research Facility, while also adopting a coastal hazard adaptation strategy, implementing a waste reduction and recycling plan of a target of net zero waste by 2050, while also working with state government and Viola Transport to roll out electric buses on the local public transport network. Despite this progress, Redland City Council fails to adopt net zero emissions into its corporate planning by the year 2050, like the rest of the region locally amending the 2010 75% emissions reduction policy. Redland City Council could look at the examples of Logan City striking a deal with Origin Energy to reduce emissions, or work with renewable energy projects like those such as in Brisbane City Council and the Gold Coast City Council, making street lighting solar, or exploring battery technology, particularly charging stations for more electric cars as it's perfected over time, are some of the solutions on offer, particularly as more investments in renewables are starting to overtake fossil fuel investments with only limited resources in this space. More carbon neutral facilities being rolled out and assisting ratepayers and businesses making the switch to these options is beneficial for the council. We would also make more sustainable investments in solar, wind, water, geothermal and hydrogen, particularly as our city becomes more populated as projected within the next 10 to 15 years. The Redland City could play its part and it would be far cheaper for everyday taxpayers, consumers and businesses as a whole. The benefits of implementing this is practical and common sense. I just also want to say I'm here as an individual today, not representing an organisation, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen-Karklis. And our third speaker today is Mr. Shinners. If you could please move to the lectern to address council, please state your name, suburb or organisation you represent and the subject you wish to speak about.
Thank you, Mayor Mitchell and fellow councillors. My name is Trevor Shinners. I'm the chairperson of Renaissance Renaissance Residents Retirement Committee, and we live at 3640 Bunker Road, Victoria Point, and I am the occupant of 3302. What brings our petition to you, and have councillors seen a copy of the petition? Thank you. What brings us to this situation is that it's a problem that is just getting larger to us here, the residents at Renaissance. And it concerns the dam, for people who may not see, the drain that comes into Renaissance and the consequent flow of silt that is encroaching into the village. It's a cause and effect, and the cause is the increased flow of silt and the fluids from up further of the developments south of the village. In 2013, this drain, if you look at a Google Maps photograph, is a piece of dirt with a piece of grass with a couple of pools of water in it. In 2013 is also the time when Renaissance built 2 silt pits in there in preparation that we knew water coming, though all the developers knew water coming down there will have some silt at some time. So these ponds were built. In 2017, the extent of the drain had started to create its own size, but it still was not significant. But Renaissance was also having trouble with Salvinia weed and the silt. And that was the start of a number of meetings, and I'm thankful that Councillor Hewlett has attended a lot of those. But we have a file at Renaissance of contacts between council members and visitors and employees of the council to look at the problem. 5 years ago, a load of rocks was dumped into the drain, and the walls of the drain were covered with mulch to no effect. You'll see by the photos now of 2024 or 2025, or what it is now. I've got another photo here, unfortunately I can't show you, of 2024, less than 6 months ago, and it is about over a 30% increase now from what it was at that particular stage. So what happens? Well, the water flows down and brings the silt. The ponds get filled up, and therefore our silt ponds have to be cleaned out, but also silt goes into the grounds of Renaissance, and also some settles in the main dam in Renaissance because it's not a flow-through dam, it is a side discharge dam. The pools were cleaned out in April 2020. They next needed cleaning out 43 months later, in October 2023, and now 17 months later, they are chock-a-block and have been for 3 months. And that's the extent of the change that has happened. Also, the course of the drain has now changed. This photograph shows it's now getting close to the fence with Renaissance, and it's only less than a metre from going underneath there. So we are appealing for some help and some solving the problem. We're requesting the construction of a proper drain with a silt pond outside of Renaissance, and every time that silt pond has to be cleaned out, it's we residents that pay for it, and we would appreciate the payment for the silt ponds to be cleaned out in the next stage, which could be in the vicinity of about $30,000. So that's our petition to you, Mayor Mitchell, and we look forward to getting some action. We're just feeling very, very frustrated, but we thank Councillor Hewlett for what he's done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Shinners. All right, could I please have a mover and seconder that the meeting standing orders resumed? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Talty. Those in favour of the motion? Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. And online, Councillor Rendels?
Yes.
Carried unanimously. We now move to agenda item number 10, which is petitions and presentations. And I have been advised that we have two petitions for today. The first is Councillor Mitchell. Can I have a move? Councillor Talty?
Sorry, Mayor, I just thought you were going to go back to your mayoral minute.
I'm bringing that later in the
Okay,
at the agenda.
thank you.
Yep. So the first relates to petition. Councillor Mitchell, can I have a seconder for the motion? Sorry, for the petition? Councillor Hughes. Sorry, just as a matter of procedure, I'll ask Councillor Mitchell to move the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a petition that calls on the Redland City Council to adopt net zero emissions rules and guidelines into its planning to be net zero by 2050, in line with other local civic municipalities and levels of government. Furthermore, to adopt cutting 75% emissions on a local government level by the year 2035, in line with both major parties in the Queensland Parliament, both the government and opposition. So I move that the petition is of an operational nature and be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration.
Thank you. And now could I have a seconder for the motion? Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Put the motion. It's Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself in favour. Councillor Rendell's online?
Yes.
That's carried unanimously. We have a second petition. Councillor Hewlett, I hand over to you to move the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a petition from residents requesting action in creating a suitable water drain between the dam in Sandy Drive Bushland Reserve to the southern boundary of Renaissance Retirement Village. In the past months and years, there have been a number of meetings of Renaissance management and staff with Councillor Lance Hewlett and other council staff with no resolution or action. The attached photos show the extent of the continued erosion which has resulted in the drain now being a metre from the Renaissance fence. The silt ponds filled with again and silt and runoff from residential developments settling in Renaissance waterway and the main dam. This dam is not a flow-through dam due to side discharge for overflow. The silt ponds were cleaned in April 2020 and 43 months later on 20th of October 2023 due to increased silt flow are full again after less than 16 months. Each cleaning of the silt ponds is a considerable expense to us residents. We therefore petition the Council for correcting action sooner rather than later and a contribution of the expense of residents having to have the silt ponds cleaned prematurely. I petition that I move that this is an operational nature and be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Hewlett. Can I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Colley. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. And online, Councillor Rendels?
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Moving to presentations, I'd now like to present a report in relation to the ComSec trip, which I referred to back in December 2024 when I brought a mayoral minute to council to recognise the trip. So I will just speak to that. So I had the opportunity in February to join fellow South East Queensland mayors on a 10-day mission to meet global leaders and see firsthand the legacy opportunities of the Olympic and Paralympic Games and what they bring to their host cities. This mission took us to Singapore, Greater Manchester and the Paris region, where we explored a number of issues relevant to the Redland City, including transport, urban renewal, housing delivery and waste management. This mission built on past partnerships for the South East Queensland City Deal, Brisbane 2032 Games and the South East Queensland Public Transport and Mobility Strategy. In Singapore, the focus was on strengthening investment and trade partnerships, exploring intelligent transport systems and waste management solutions. We also had the opportunity to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Singapore-Australia relations at a reception hosted by the Australian High Commission and learnt about Singapore's world-class digital connectivity and approach to water security. In Greater Manchester, we examined city-shaping projects like Media City UK and the Old Trafford Stadium District. We learned about their Housing Investment Fund, which has unlocked a substantial number of new homes, and their public transport improvements, which have reduced congestion by 23%. In the Paris region, we explored their ambitious plans to expand the public transport network by 2030, including new metro lines and stations. We also discussed advanced air mobility infrastructure and the long-term legacy benefits from the Paris 2024 Games. The Paris region's mass transit initiatives and metro line upgrades offer valuable lessons to our own transport infrastructure projects. This mission reinforced the importance of global thinking, regional collaborative action and local place-based delivery. By observing international best practice, we can inform our own regional policies and tailor actions to meet our citizens' needs. The mission also promoted regional unity, facilitating knowledge transfer and strengthening relationships amongst the mayors of South East Queensland. I'd like to now table a full report detailing the mission and the benefits of it. So it will be handed to now Lizzie to table. Thank you. And as a final point, I'd like to note, given the discussion that occurred in the December general meeting, that there was no cost to council for me to attend this mission, as my travel costs were covered by the ComSec as a benefit of our membership with them. So that's the trip over. I paid for my own return trip back. So there was not any cost in relation to any sandwich. I paid for those myself. The costs associated with my executive officer attending were covered by council as outlined in the December meeting and were as advised at the previous general meeting. Any incidental costs incurred by the executive officer were also not charged to council. Thank you. And we'll now move to the mayoral minute. So, councillors, I'd like to move a motion as follows. That council, I'll wait till it's up on the screen. So this is returning to agenda item number 8. That council resolves to reaffirm why it does not consider the designation of the Southern Thornlands Priority Development Area, PDA, to be necessary, but now that it has been declared by the state government, it is important the Queensland Government ensures the full cost of delivering infrastructure to service future development within the priority development area is borne wholly by the state government and the developer and not by existing Redlands ratepayers. In light of the scale of development associated with the PDA, Council continues strong advocacy to the Queensland Government, seeking a commitment to fund and deliver the following critical upgrades to the infrastructure network, including new education facilities, including primary and secondary schools, new and expanded health and emergency services facilities for ambulance, fire, police and hospitals, region-shaping transport infrastructure such as the Eastern Busway, the Metro extension through to Capalaba, duplication of Cleveland train line between Manly and Cleveland, and high-frequency public transport connections to Capalaba, Cleveland, Victoria Point and southern Redland Bay through to Logan Hyperdome. Public transport upgrades, including bus stops and new bus services to the future residential population. Upgrades to the state road network, including key intersections within and proximate to the PDA. Private land acquisitions to facilitate road widening and an 11-kilometre dual carriageway linking the PDA to Mount Gravatt Capalaba Road. Note the existing Duncan Road. Mount Cotton Road corridor is already heavily congested and in need of upgrade before any further development is considered in the locality. Wastewater infrastructure to service the increased population of the PDA. There is a need to implement koala protection strategies, including the protection of core habitat and corridors within the PDA, as well as the delivery of fauna crossings to facilitate safe movement of koalas. A request is sent to the state government to ensure that social and affordable housing is delivered in the PDA. It is ensured that appropriate workplace opportunities, or employment opportunities rather, are provided both within and in close proximity to the PDA to support both the establishment of a new residential community within the PDA and the broader Redland community. And there's background in relation to that, and I'll just all right, so I've now moved the motion and I will speak to the minute in a broader context. I've now read out the mayoral minute. On Saturday, the 5th of April 2025, the Queensland State Government announced the Southern Thornlands Priority Development Area, known as PDA. This has been a project with a considerably strong history and a long history of Redlands Council opposition. In 2023, during the previous council term, a mayoral minute was brought to council outlining those concerns and requesting advocacy in a similar context as presented today. I've been made aware of councillors' strong views in relation to this project, and I know that a number of councillors wrote to their constituents directly last year in relation to this project. It is important that advocacy remains strong as we move forward and now that state government has made the decision. Redlands is in need, a very strong need, of state and federal government support. This 900-hectare development will bring an additional projected 20,000 people to our city. The mayoral minute is brought to reaffirm Council's strong and long-held views regarding our need for investment in key pieces of infrastructure and the protection of our environment and our way of life in and around our city. Speakers against. Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the intent of this motion, and I consider ongoing advocacy to be extremely important here. Thank you for sharing the mayoral minute with councillors on Sunday and taking on board some of the feedback which we provided. There's some really important points raised in this motion, issues I've heard in the community, both before and after the PDA announcement, and issues which I've raised personally myself with our state MPs. Some of those that I hear most commonly from my residents, which is about 95% of this PDA area, is ensuring the adequate zoning for employment opportunities for residents and the provision of infrastructure. Now that the PDA has been declared, we need to work with the state government to ensure the cost of enabling infrastructure doesn't fall on our ratepayers, and that planning considerations are made for things like the provision of suitably zoned commercial and industrial land, which will employ some of the 20,000 new residents we may welcome into this area. I have a concern that prefacing our advocacy with a statement which effectively condemns the decision made by the state is not productive in building a healthy working relationship where we can have the robust conversations required to deliver the best outcomes for our community. Nothing is gained by this statement, and I feel it can only put a strain right from the outset on what truly needs to be a collaborative partnership. We absolutely need to have a seat at the table to advocate on behalf of our community, but making a statement which is almost akin to saying we are an unwilling partner with the state, and that's what I feel this says when we are making a point of the fact that we don't think this is necessary. I think that statement in itself is completely unnecessary. We should be looking forwards and not backwards to ensure that our partnership with the state is going to deliver the best outcomes for our residents, both current and future. So I would like to request that you consider amending your motion to remove this point in the spirit of not taking a step forward with the intent of advocating for our city, but then taking 2 steps back by condemning those we need to partner with.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. So that was speaker against, so we're seeking a speaker for. I think Councillor Bishop had his hand up straight after Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Mayor, and appreciate the views of other councillors. I think it's a critically important time for council to be very specific about our capacity to manage what is an out-of-sequence proposal, and the size and scale of the costs associated with the delivery of infrastructure is a great concern that could be an existential threat to our viability if this is not managed in accordance with those who are the decision makers. I think it's a very important time for us to reiterate our capacity to pay. I do acknowledge that going forward there will need to be some studies that will need to be collaborative, because our officers, as experts who advise us and need to guide us how we can take our community on the journey as how we're going to pay for this, they will need studies to benchmark the data required for the infrastructure that is going to be resulting from this decision for 9,000 new lots in an area that is outside what we had anticipated. Yes, collaboration will need to occur. I think it's very important that we send a very strong and clear message that our preparedness is not at the stage where the state government seems to believe that we should be at, and that is a concern. I do agree that our consistency with this previous view and the inclusion particularly of the waste infrastructure costs, which if we were to attribute the costs and the capacity for us to be able to deliver the infrastructure even within the current limits, we are at a critical point where these financial impacts could take us into a place that we would not like to have to register these rates on our residents. We need to be very clear, and I appreciate the Mayor reiterating this. I do support the Merrill Minute as it stands, do acknowledge that going forward, any data that I've been suggesting we will need to validate what we need to make sure that we are prepared and ready and able to strategically plan for this is now a consequence that we will all have to deal with. But I do think we need to acknowledge that it is a level of reluctance because our capacity to pay is limited by reality and we need to cross-check that now.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Golly?
Thanks, Mayor. Just an observation in there, and correct me if I'm wrong. Could we add Springacre Road in there to be upgraded as well, please? Is that possible? Where it talks about the upgrading of roads, is Springacre Road in there? The reason I raise this, councillors, is because that is essentially now being used as a main thoroughfare of Boundary Road in between the eastern side of the proposed development and the western side. It's critical to the movement of traffic through that area, and no one seems to be mentioning it. So if we could add Springacre in there. So we say that it's adjoining to the east, but it actually needs to be upgraded as well.
It is mentioned in the background, Councillor Golay, just to let you know, in the background wording at the end of paragraph 1, if you can see that online.
Yeah, I can see it there. But I thought it was more about describing a boundary line than actually an upgrade.
True. These points have been taken and expanded upon based on previous officer reporting. I'm a little concerned without first, because this says includes. It's not an exclusive list, but I am a little concerned about adding further projects in without getting officer feedback.
Yeah, that's fine.
And some terms of metrics at the moment.
I think we do need to note it though for the future. Ephrapah Creek, when it talks about corridors as well, Ephrapah Creek is a main corridor. I have some concerns about that. When we talk about the 8,000, it's actually, I think it's 8,000 that they're proposing, not 9. But if we look overall in that Southern Thornlands area with ongoing development, it'll end up being around the 10,000. So there's probably about 1,000 to 2,000 products already going into that area, and then you've got the 8,000 being proposed. The meetings that I've had, they talked about only 200 lots were going to be for social and public housing out of the 8,000. And I support this purely on the principle that I don't think as an area we are ready to accommodate that immediate expansion of population based on the fact that you've got limited employment opportunities here, all right, so where are they going to work? There are so many things we could add to this, like the upgrading of sports facilities, etc., even the fire ant management, which has come to light today. There's so many things that could be added into this that just haven't been nutted out. And I think we do need to take a very strong stand as an organisation so as the community doesn't get lumped with the costs of ongoing, issues that arise. So
Thank you,
I'm happy to
Councillor.
support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll make my comments concise because we were all given the opportunity to have some input, and I'd like to thank the Mayor for opening that door early for this mayoral minute, and you were responsive to some of my suggestions for edits, which make this possible for me to support today, Mayor. So I do appreciate, the point I want to make is this has been a journey, councillors, 2016, 2020, and the mayoral minute of 2023, which essentially today is a reiteration of, we've been pushing the barrow of infrastructure and wanting a seat at the table for a long time. And the Mayor recently having the opportunity to meet with Community Cabinet, I'm sure has continued that journey looking for that infrastructure. I guess my point here is The PDA isn't perfect, far from it. We didn't want it called, but it is, and now it is looking forward in that spirit of collaboration. But the previous government has no illusion from all of our advocacy that trust is at an all-time low. And so it needs to move past the lip service into real action. And I'd be interested if there were any actions or promises that came out of the community cabinet opportunity previously. The other thing is council has invested significant resources into the planning for this area previously. I don't want to see that ratepayer money wasted. We need that seat at the table, and we need to utilise all that corporate knowledge that we have to help influence matters for our community. And I know that's the spirit with which this mayoral minute was brought forward, but this is a continuation of that journey, and it's up to all of us to help hold the state to account, but in the most cooperative and collaborative way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Boglari.
Oh, thank you. This has been a journey that commenced long before any of us have actually sat in this room. It was one of the first discussions I had back in 2008. And now we've, come to this point. So there's a lot of water under the bridge with this one. I think the words of the mayoral minute are firm, but the intent to work together, I believe, on achieving the best community outcome is also in here. I don't think it in any way erodes that hope of the collaborative approach. And I'd just like to mention that obviously, Mayor Mitchell, you spoke about this at the Cabinet because I will applaud MP Rebecca Young saying that it was the highlight of the Cabinet for her, listening and talking to you about what is needed and to work with you going forward, working with Council. So that trust and that relationship has already begun, which I think is, to get to it at this point, I think is a job well done. And I will be absolutely supporting this mayoral minute because the infrastructure, like the other councillors and yourself have highlighted, is a major concern to everybody, all stakeholders. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. All right. Any other comments? Nope. In summing up, I just want to address a comment that was made before by Councillor Colley. So condemns the PDA is not the intent at all, and far too strong and divisive a word. I repeat again the mayoral minute, the wording in the first paragraph. While it does not consider the designation of the Southern Thornlands Priority Development Area to be necessary, and that is consistent with Council's long history and previous approach, now it has been declared by the state government is important for Queensland Government to ensure the full cost of delivering infrastructure to service future development within the priority development area is borne wholly by the state government and the developer and not by existing Redlands ratepayers. So the word condemns I do not agree with. If that's an interpretation, that's fine. But this is not about being divisive. This is acknowledging Council's position and making sure our advocacy approach continues to be strong. I articulated all of the things that we have outlined and spoken about previously to the Cabinet meeting on Monday. That was well received by both the Premier and the Ministers in attendance. No commitments were made at that time, but I intend for our advocacy to continue to be strong so that we can achieve the best outcomes for Redland City and our residents. Can I now have a second? Oh, sorry, no, I don't require a seconder. So I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Tolte, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop, myself. Councillor Rendell's online?
Yes.
Thank you. That is carried unanimously. So we now skip back in the agenda to order of business, and I'm not aware of any request for the order of business to change.
If I can, Mayor,
Councillor
I believe we may need to move item 13.4 to after confidential. We need to have confidential before 13.4.
We don't have a confidential item. There was a confidential report attached, but there aren't any confidential agenda items.
Okay, well, I would like to move that item 13.4 be deferred to the end of the meeting, please.
Thank you, Councillor Tolting.
We need to go into confidential.
Sorry, through the chair, just checking on the process how you'll be able to do that.
I did send emails asking for advice, but I didn't get it.
So it is the last item of business, I've been advised?
Other than notice of motion.
Other than the notices of motion?
Yeah, which, does she want to move it after that?
It's already out in the public realm, so why are we doing this?
I'll just get some advice. So you're wanting to, sorry, just to clarify, Councillor Tolty,
well, my understanding is there's a confidential report, and if councillors want to ask questions or discuss that report, they need to do that in confidential. So I was assuming that we had to wait until the confidential part of the agenda and then do that and then come back out of that as we normally do and vote on that matter. But if that's not the case, then that's fine. I asked for advice on whether it needed to be deferred, but I didn't get it.
All right, I shall just seek advice. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So the advice that I've been given is I'll be out of the room, obviously. But if you wish, and you'll be in the chair, to move into confidential at that particular item, 13.4, that you can then move the meeting into confidential to discuss that confidential report.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
In case I need to, I'll withdraw my motion to move the item.
Thank you. All right. Agenda item number 12, reports to council. There are no reports from the Office of the CEO. Agenda item number 13, reports from organisational services. So we have agenda item 13.1. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the officer's
Yes, just first a point of clarity, Mayor, because I had got the majority support of councillors and through the CEO, because there'd usually been a request for a presentation from the CFO to make that almost a standing part of the meeting, and that was supported. So, and that was in the motivation for that was to hope for good meeting order, because there were often a bunch of follow-up questions that are often answered in the presentation. So can we have that short presentation?
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Executive Group Manager of Financial Services and Chief Financial Officer, are you able to present the report?
Good morning, and through you, Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the March financial report. In speaking to this report, similar to previous meetings, I will focus on the key highlights and the key performance measures, which summarise the March year-to-date financial results. The key highlights and key performance measures are contained within sections 1 and 2 of the attached financial report. In reference to the key highlights and overview table in section 1, I note that all key financial results have a favourable status with the exception of recurrent revenue, which has a minimal variance of 0.47% or 0%. Overall, the operating surplus for March year to date is $6.1 million, which is favourable to budget by $1.3 million. This can be seen in the Statement of Comprehensive Income, which is in Section 3 of the report. The main driver behind this favourable variance is materials and services, which includes the purchase of materials such as bulk water, also general contractor and other outsourcing costs, such as waste, refuse, valuation fees, etc. This timing variance will continue to be closely monitored by officers and management. Conversely, the financial results show an unfavourable variance for employee expenses of $1.38 million or 1.56%. This is largely attributable to the support required for the preparation, response and recovery efforts for ex-tropical cyclone Alfred event, including the overtime hours worked through that event. I do note that council officers are working hard to ensure eligible costs are recovered through the Queensland Reconstruction Authority disaster funding arrangements. Consistent with prior months, water consumption is lower than expected, as at the end of March, resulting in levy and utility charges revenue and that corresponding expenditure that I just mentioned being behind budget. However, this is a net nil operating impact because the two offset each other. If I move to the key performance indicators in section 2, Council continues to meet or exceed all measures except the asset sustainability ratio. The ratio has uplifted slightly from the previous month and is expected to continue to increase given the scheduled mix of capital works that's anticipated to be delivered over the final quarter of this financial year. Lastly, the other variance I would draw your attention to is the year-to-date capital expenditure, which is currently $34.57 million less than budget. There are a number of factors influencing this result, including the significant number of wet weather days this financial year, market forces around contract negotiations, and much more recently, the ex-tropical cyclone Alfred event. In summing up, management officers will continue to monitor all variances closely and will propose adjustments through budget review processes as they may be required. Through you, Chair, thank you once again for the opportunity to talk to the March year-to-date financial report.
Thank you very much, CFO.
Thank you, Mo. I have no specific questions or comments, but I'm happy just to reserve a quick sum up if there's no other questions.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Any questions? Sorry. Councillor Rendell, sorry.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Councillor Rendell.
On page 8 of the report, where we've got those pie charts, but I'm noting in there, in regards to infringements net of impairment, the infringements, are they factored into our budget forecast as a revenue stream?
Thank you, Councillor Rendells, for the question. So the infringements we do have a budget line for infringements in our budget document. So
I note that this year the infringements of $2.66 million are up from the $2,044,000 last year at the same time. So that's an extra $500,000 that's come in, which I'm assuming they're primarily traffic infringements. Would that growth have been reflected in our forecast budget, or is that like a bit of a windfall?
Councillor Rendells, there would be, the budget would be on for historical trending. So this would be reflective of the activity in infringements. I cannot say whether that's solely attributable to traffic activities, but what we would do if throughout the financial year we see a movement away from where the original budget position is, we would use budget review processes to adjust what that forecast budget is for the financial year.
Okay, so in sum, we've had a 25% increase in 12 months in the number of infringements net of impairment that have been issued by council, representing an income increase from infringements of $565,000.
Correct, if we're comparing year on year.
Oh, sorry. If you want to, do you want to?
Thank you. That was my question.
CEO, I'll ask you if you have anything to add.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Rendells, for the question, and to our CFO for responding. Councillors, I'll draw your attention to communication that we've provided through to you throughout the year, where we have made some significant changes and enhancements to the work that we're doing in that space, so that we're actually being more efficient and effective in the operations of the business, and that has resulted in better outcomes. So that's where that work is coming from. It's an innovation initiative and outcome where we're using AI technology as well. It's a good news story, councillors, in terms of efficiency and effectiveness of the organisation.
Thank you, CEO. Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, question probably through to the CEO. The purpose of infringements, are they in any way aligned to driving up revenue, or are they actually there to assist with behavioural change or law and order, those matters?
CEO, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. Look, I don't think we should be focusing on the matter of targets or driving up revenue. This is about keeping the city safe. This is about making sure that people are abiding by the laws and the regulations that are in place for them to abide by. And it is about making sure that people who are abiding by the law aren't paying for those who aren't. So I hope that addresses your question. It is about citywide behaviour.
Thank you. And I think any further drilling down can be taken offline if there are any further questions to that extent. We've got a motion before us. Are there any further questions in relation directly to the motion? No? Councillor Mitchell, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And just in summing up, it's exactly why I asked the question. I understood that our infringements are not about revenue, but thank you for clarifying that. And in summing up, I'd just say congratulations to the officers. I think you're like snipers making these forecasts in such challenging times, to be close with cyclones and world events coming through. That should give us all in our community confidence that we have a high quality finance staff, and also note the challenges from this month. So thanks to the officers for such a good report.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Rendell's online?
Yes.
Thank you. That is carried unanimously. We now move to agenda item number 13.2, and I have an alternate motion in relation to this agenda item, which is councillor portfolios.
Point of order, Mayor, if I can. We have an item on the agenda, and I would suggest, as this is substantially different, that it would be more appropriate within the rules of the meeting agenda to finalise 13.2 rather than bring a substantially different alternate motion.
Thank you, Councillor Talty. I sought legal advice last night, and all advice said that this alternate motion is linked sufficiently to the motion on the agenda. Can I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Bishop, thank you. I would now like to speak to the alternate motion. Councillor Mackenzie.
Can we seek that advice, please? And the reasoning being is that under the standing orders, when we propose to amend a motion, it still has to, it can't be substantially different. It has to, I guess, clarify and reinforce the current motion, whereas this is a completely different motion.
Yeah, format.
So it's not, excuse me if I can speak to that point. So this is not an amended motion, it's an alternate motion, and I sought advice yesterday, and because it is linked, you can see point 1 refers specifically to the motion that was brought previously. The advice that I received was that this is all fine.
And I ask again, can we please have that advice?
All right.
A clarification, was that a request from officers to have that advice reiterated, I think?
Well, I don't know where that legal advice came from.
It came from the legal officer last night and also from governance.
So could we
Can we
hear
have
it, please?
We are just going to get Peter online. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. I'd be cautious about providing legal advice in a public session. The general principles, I understand advice and governance advice was requested by the Mayor last night. The issues I understand raised by the councillors today is whether this this proposed alternative motion is consistent with the Local Government Act or Local Government regulations that requires 5 days' notice to amend or repeal a previous resolution of council. The previous resolution of council was made on the 19th of February. It was that council resolves to request a report be tabled at the general meeting on 19 March 2025, finalising the council representative portfolio structure and supporting policy and guideline. This alternative motion is to defer that decision and to consider the establishment of formal committees. The question is whether that is different to what has been reported to council today and what has been resolved by council on the 19th of February. If you require further legal advice, it's probably best that we break into confidential session.
All right. Can I have a move, if councillors wish to move into confidential, can I have a mover? Moved by Councillor McKenzie, seconded by Councillor Tolte. Those in favour? Those in favour, Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Tolte, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley. Those against? Councillor Hewlett, Bishop, myself. Councillor Rendell's online.
Yes.
So that was supporting the move into confidential.
You're faster than we are. Yeah. Wonder efficiency.
Should be good now.
Thank you. Just to clarify, those in favour of moving into confidential are Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Tolte, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop, and Councillor Rendell's online.
Yes.
Thank you. And myself. Those against, Councillor Hewlett. The motion is carried, and we now move into confidential. So we're returning for everyone online as well to agenda item 13.2.
Do we need to just pause until the people are brought back in and the video's on, Mayor?
The video is on.
Goodness. We're on.
All right, before we moved into confidential session, there was a live motion before council. We have moved into confidential session. So in relation to the advice received,
Scott, here we are. Yes. It's back on. The lawyer's still.
all right, we had a live motion, but based on advice, I now withdraw that live motion. Councillor Tolte.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation with the amended portfolio list that was passed around.
Councillor Bishop.
Just a point of order, just clarification on the process. Do we need to do a vote on the withdrawal? No?
No. All right.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So because I'm the person that put the motion, I can withdraw it. So
Thank
now
you.
we have Councillor Tolte, who has just. Sorry, could you repeat that?
I'd like to move the officer's recommendation to item 13.2 with the amended list of portfolio areas and portfolio persons.
So everyone received a copy of that? You have not received a copy of it?
It's different to what I've been handed out.
Okay. Where is it different?
We'll just take a moment to clarify that everyone has the same information in front of them.
It appears on here that
that's
there's...
not the right list.
No, I wouldn't know.
No,
I wouldn't
the
know
one
what the right list is anymore.
Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone. Okay, so we're just being advised that the minutes secretary did not receive the amendment, so we're just looking at a sheet that was provided just before or during the beginning of council. So apparently we're now seeing online entered live changes to them, or this is the amendment being entered now. Sought by Councillor Tolte. Is that correct, Councillor Tolte?
Just checking that it's the same as the one that councillors have all debated, discussed, concerned, etc.
Sorry, I didn't receive advice on this.
I'm sorry, we have not debated or discussed this.
Well, Councillor,
Last I knew, I didn't have finance. Now it's back in.
you asked for it, councillor, so now it's back in.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. If we can just wait till the table is now amended. Councillor Tolte, could you now confirm that what is on the screen are the amendments that you are seeking?
Yeah, so I believe it's Economic Development Councillor Mitchell, Waste and Recycling Councillor Hughes, Water and Wastewater Councillor Boglari, Finance Councillor Boglari, Environment and Local Laws Councillor Tolte, Biosecurity and Pest Management Councillor Golle, Transport and Marine Infrastructure Councillor Rendells, Planning and Regulation Councillor McKenzie, Sport and Recreation Councillor Coley, Arts, Culture and Heritage Councillor Bishop.
All right, so I believe, so you have moved the motion. So now we need a second, seconded by Councillor McKenzie.
Just a point of clarification on that. This is different to a list that was described yesterday, some of which have been included, others have not. Well, there was a suggestion of...
Mayor, if I
Thank
can.
you.
a suggestion of community venues as another
There's a
Thank,
live motion.
thank you, Councillor Bishop. So in front of us, we now have an amended motion. It's just been completed on screen with the information just provided. So it's now been seconded. So Councillor Talty, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. For all the reasons that I stated when we brought this in February, I believe that having this portfolio structure is a way for councillors to be more engaged, build better relationships with both the organisation, one another and the community, and to work at a deeper and more structured level. I appreciate the concerns that you've got, and for 12 months since the election last April or March, we have discussed introducing some kind of a system for councillors, and mid last year in those discussions, you in those discussions moved away from the desire to have a committee system, and that is where the discussion turned to portfolios as an alternative. So if you are now minded to investigate committees, then I'm perfectly happy for an investigation and report to come back as per the mayoral minute that you intend to move. But in the meantime, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't go ahead and institute this system until another system is brought forward that councillors are more comfortable to replace this system with. So I'm moving that we continue on this path for the moment, and I believe that it will, if councillors work diligently and respectfully and genuinely, be able to be an improvement to the way the council functions.
Thank you, Councillor Talty. Speakers against. Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to begin by just acknowledging what we're discussing here seems to be moving, and that does not fill me with confidence. I want to acknowledge that the intention behind the proposed portfolio structure, there's value in councillors focusing on areas of interest and expertise. However, I have significant concerns about this process which is being developed and the lack of foundational clarity that should underpin such a major shift in how we work together as a council. We should be working together to build trust and respect, and I'm concerned that what is proposed could take us in a direction that will likely erode some of these crucial principles. In my view, this current portfolio proposal has been done in the wrong order. Instead of beginning with shared discussions among councillors to define the purpose, the principles, the process and the policy that would guide this structure and give us clear terms of reference, individuals have instead aligned in private to determine who would take which portfolios. And this has led to decisions being made without proper consultation or transparency, and that's counter to the spirit of collective leadership. It's not a good way to start, in my view. It's a concern. The current proposal lacks executive oversight, which I think committees are seeking to at least correct. And the oversight of the portfolio representatives' activities has no established reporting guidelines or communication protocols. Without these, it's unclear how portfolio holders will report back to council, how decisions will be tracked, and how other councillors will remain equitably informed of decisions and discussions, not decisions, but discussions that could affect citywide decision-making. Another glaring flaw. The structure, if implemented without a unifying strategy or a shared vision, risks becoming siloed. It opens the doors for individuals to assert their own versions of reality or subtly guide policy directions without the appropriate checks and balances. And this undermines the right and responsibility of all of us who are duly elected representatives. It may diminish the role of divisional councillors through the spokesperson's hierarchy. And these people are close to our communities. This matters a lot. It's important we get this right. Most councils that have successful portfolio structures have clear community consultation that has been done through a statutory process where they've got set visions and shared goals. We have not had such a guiding document since 2010. It's been replaced, in 2021 when we adopted our new corporate structure. We've not gone back to our community to clarify what our imprimatur should be as councillors, and so it's potentially considered to be arbitrary without clear reporting guidelines. The fact that the portfolio appointments appear to have been done through private conversations and then presented through a notice of motion raises concerns about transparency and equity. Things I've been very clear about: equity, inclusion, transparency from the beginning. The process has excluded some councillors and appears to and I appreciate Councillor Collet has raised an alternative which does include more councillors, but it appears to concentrate influence on a small group while minimising the influence of others, including divisional councillors and the mayor, who was not initially consulted. For these reasons, if this is going to be the will of council, I am concerned that we are not going to be able to build on trust and respect, and we need to do that in this council for the sake of our community going forward. We need clear guidelines, defined roles and responsibilities, transparent reporting protocols and agreed terms of reference. Without these, I believe the structure lacks integrity and poses a governance risk. I would like us to pause, reflect and collectively reset this process. Let's first come together and work out why we want to do this, what are we trying to achieve for the community, and build on the structure, and then assign roles based on shared understanding, not private arrangements that are open and transparent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bishop. And we have a speaker against. I believe, Councillor Mitchell, you had... Sorry, speaker for. Councillor Mitchell.
Thanks, Mayor. I actually thank all councillors for the great collaboration and conversations that we've had over the last year, and those that were here before, going back 5 or 6 or 7 years, looking to get us to a point where we are today. There's been a lot of conversation, and every single person in this room's been there. So thank you to all of you for that contribution and for getting us to this point where we've got an opportunity to step forward together. I'm really proud of actually the work we've done together. So I'm surprised at some of the comments. I thought it's been including just a couple of days ago, a really wonderful collaborative session that we had together with many people in this room. I applaud the officers for giving us a pretty strong framework to start with. It is very strong. And I think in order to make it stronger, I think Cyclone Alfred showed that while this city had an example for you, we'd done exercises on cyclones hitting this city and stress test that with our local disaster management group, but nothing could possibly prepare us for the real thing. And so those processes and preparations and policies and positions were stress tested in real life. By stepping into a portfolio arrangement, we stress test what is already a solid governance framework in real life situations. So I think how wonderful to be able to do that together in that spirit of trust and collaboration. The community will appreciate each of us accepting the additional responsibilities that come with this, and I'm going to love it taking on those extra responsibilities and working with everyone in this room in the spirit that it's intended. The research was very strong that portfolios or committees bring forward specialised expertise in development, enhanced accountability is experienced. The research has been strong and proven this. Improvements in governance and efficiency are realised, and improved community engagement occur. This has been brought to us on several occasions, and I'm sure you'll find individual examples somewhere that are outliers, but the collective experience of those like-minded councils show this is a way forward. I'm sure this will evolve in time. That was always its intent, but I'm really proud of what we've done together. It's been a great journey. Thanks again, everyone in this room. The list in front of us is yet another starting point, and I'm looking forward to supporting this today and moving on together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Speakers against. Councillor Boglari. Oh, sorry. If I can just say, Councillor Hewlett, you had your hand up before, so Councillor Hewlett.
Okay, I'll speak. I don't support this whole portfolio thing because I don't see any point to it. We've had them before, and all it was, as Councillor Golay alluded to before, it becomes a spokesperson role. The meeting with the officers eventually died off. It is very resource hungry on officers' time. And I don't believe anything in this council needs fixing to this point, because the officers do a brilliant job in giving us information in workshops where we all make collegiate, collective decisions. I don't think we need people going, and I don't understand how or why it's going to work, because it's really, as there's been really no in-depth discussion on the structure of how it is going to work, and I know from experience it has failed before, and it's failed dismally before. Yes, you become a spokesperson, that's great for your public persona because you're now going to be in the media releases, but that's the only thing that may benefit a councillor or us as a team. I just don't get it. And last time it was more a division than bringing us together or team building, because there was a lot of uncertainty, a lot of mistrust, and resource hungry, and I'll bring that up again. But I just feel that the officers are doing a brilliant job bringing everything to us the way we need it. We make decisions collectively, and I really don't see a need for this portfolio system. If we go to committees, I'm happy to support that. Again, I don't think we need it, but I'd rather support committees where there is some legitimacy about it and some accountability with it, rather than put a portfolio system, which I think is just a mishmash. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hewlett. Speaker 4, Councillor Golay.
Thank you, Mayor. So clearly there's a want of some type of structure, whether it's portfolios or committee. It would appear that the Mayor bringing her alternate motion, etc., there is some room for an open dialogue about some type of structure. So I think we're all in agreement there. The idea that councillors can't come together and speak about this, whether it's through workshops, individually, whatever. I mean, there was conversations about this yesterday. We had mayor-councillor meetings. There's been workshops. This is something that has been drawn out and drawn out and drawn out. And I'm sort of curious, the notion that it's going to impact divisional councillors. Could any of the councillors please demonstrate how in the past 9.5 years that I've been in the mosquito management role that I've actually intervened on a divisional councillor? Essentially, the portfolio that I've wished to continue with, biosecurity and pest management, whilst yes, it's a position that's an elected position and all South East Queensland councils and Northern New South Wales councils contribute to with an elected member, this is essentially me just continuing on in whatever's already in place. So I get it. There's been things that have happened in the past that didn't involve me because I wasn't in council then, that have created a level of uncertainty. But if we look at even the local government elections that we had, over 12 months ago, there was talk then where candidates were saying they wanted to bring into council a committee structure or some type of structure. I think if we go a committee route, you're actually adding another level of bureaucracy. And it's a decision-making body. So what you're doing is you're going to say, we've got a group of people who can now make a decision. We'll bring the public in to listen to that decision and get their input. Fantastic. But then I think you would actually be putting the brakes on works, because then nothing can happen post that committee until it's ratified through a general meeting. It will elongate things. And that's why this council got rid of them years ago. So if we look at an individual stepping into what is essentially going to be, I see, a supportive role to the mayor. The mayor can then say, I need a meeting with the portfolio chair of sports. Jason would come into the mayor's office. This is what's happening, etc., etc. It actually opens the door to professional dialogue. It actually gives everyone that seat at the table. Now, we heard from public participation this morning that a particular element of the community is not happy. How they come across that information and had so much to say about it is beyond me, given what they advocate for in the community. I think there is real need here, councillors, to come around the table professionally. It gives everyone a say. You know, Councillor Bishop, you love arts, culture and heritage, so why would you rally against being more involved with it? You know, Wendy, you've talked about finance and wastewater for so long and you're so passionate about it. So why would you not want to dip your toe in the water and get amongst it and bring the details to us so we can actually come to a resolution on things? It will support the Mayor. Don't see this as a burden. What happened in the past happened in the past. I see this as a positive. I see this as building our professional dynamic. And if the organisation is not transparent and keeps the public in tow of what's going on, whether it be through comms, etc., we need to raise that. It's not about building our own profile, because if he said that, everyone's got a profile except, you know, Councillor Hewlett, who didn't want to do anything. So we need to embrace this as a matter of trust and a stepping forward professionally to all work together. That's how I see it. I've been in that role for 9.5 years. I haven't crossed any boundaries or annoyed anyone. All I've done is sent through information as it's come to hand. I think this is a good, positive step forward.
Thank you, Councillor Guy. Speaker against, Councillor Boglari.
Thank you. Bear with me, there's quite a few points. Number one, if someone mentions the past to me again, that is just gaslighting. We're here today to talk about what's in front of us and what we're talking about now. We have just mentioned workshops that have happened recently and how we all contributed to those workshops. I don't probably have the same view on the respect and collaboration that was happening in those workshops. At the last workshop, I found out, or the last piece of paper I had, that I didn't have finance anymore. I questioned that. I got replies back via email from a councillor saying they thought finance should go in economic development. And then today, without any, and I repeat...
Point of order, there's incorrect information that Councillor Boglari, and it's not relevant to this conversation.
I believe the last time I saw a copy, I did not have finance. I wrote an email to all councillors saying I would like finance. I got a reply back saying finance should be under economic development. I find out today...
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Colley, you raised a point of order.
To Councillor Boglari, that was regarding tourism. That was never a conversation which was had about finance.
I also asked for finance to come back to me, and now I find out today it is. So to say that we've been collaborating on who gets what, it's a surprise to me to find I've got finance. And yes, I did ask for tourism, and I haven't got tourism either. And what people were interested in was apparently one of the selection criteria for who got what. But more importantly, as Councillor Bishop has also highlighted, is the policy that goes behind anything. I'm concerned on page 1 of 2 of the portfolio policy, it's got in first dot point that establishing the portfolio system will lead the strategic direction of the organisation. I believe any system that we bring in shouldn't be to lead it. It should be to gather information and knowledge and bring it back to all councillors actually in this chambers. And collectively, we actually give the strategic direction. So I am concerned about that actual wording. On page 1 of 5 of the representative guideline, on the next piece of paper we've got, it talks about portfolio representatives will be appointed at the post-election meeting. I did previously say that concerns me because if new councillors have just been elected, they're still trying to find out what door to get in. It's a bit of a rabbit warren around here. There is so much to learn initially. They won't even know what's available in council because there's a plethora of interests and portfolio subjects that could be there. I did ask, I think that's a big ask of any new councillor, so I did ask could it be at a meeting within 6 months of that election to give new councillors some sort of a chance to understand what they might like. On page 2 of 5, it says keep the mayor and other councillors, including the relevant divisional councillor, as appropriate, fully informed on portfolio matters. If these portfolios are strategic and high level, it shouldn't be drilling down into divisions and the day-to-day things of different clubs or everything. It should be the overall policy. I don't think that an elected councillor who has got trust and relationships with all their clubs now is only informed when it is appropriate. I think anything to do with a divisional councillor's area, they be brought in immediately. It's not, I'm just concerned where inappropriate might actually go to. It also has on page 3 of 5, whilst written reports and meeting minutes will not be produced. That is fraught with danger, and I'm not too sure what Local Government Act or Balcara or whatever we're operating under, but it says that when two councillors meet together, that has to be minuted, and yet now we're going to have a councillor going off and giving information and advice and gathering information from officers without it being minuted. Now, it does say it should be updated at mayor-councillor workshops.
Point of order, please, Madam Chair. That's not accurate.
It's written in front of us on the report.
So the point of order is it's not accurate information, Madam Chair. If I was to refer to the work conducted with mosquito management, for example, the officer...
Point of order. Can I ask what point of order it is?
Yes,
7.6.8, what number?
Yes, Councillor Gollar, could you please outline the point of order?
I'll withdraw, thank you. I thought being accurate was the point of order.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari.
It is a point of order.
Could you just outline where that is, what you're referring to?
Has anyone got the number there?
7.6.10.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Gollar, could you?
7.61. Which one is
one
it?
of the point of orders.
I've been told previously when I've called a point of order on accuracy that it wasn't actually a point of order, so...
You have to speak in line with the Local Government Act.
Yes, and I'm actually reading from a report which says whilst written reports and meeting minutes will not be produced.
Madam Mayor, you haven't made your ruling yet, so the councillor needs to wait.
Thank you. So given that Councillor Boglari has outlined that she's reading from a report, she is recounting from a written document. So and that's a council document, so I think we can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'm not for satisfaction of Councillor Golly. I'm not in any way saying that he doesn't give us updates. He does give us updates. But we are now talking about economic development. We're now talking about environment. We're now talking about transport planning. And we're also talking about the city plan. Now, the corporate plan hasn't, and the budget aren't included because these are citywide documents. And yet the city plan has been given to two councillors that weren't here previously through the city plan, so great learning for them. However, I would have thought maybe another councillor with a bit more experience on the actual process would go into that one. I did ask sorry, hang on a minute, there's been a change. Planning and regulation was Councillor Rendell's and Councillor Mackenzie. I note now it's only Councillor Mackenzie Okay, that's another change I wasn't aware of. So Councillor Mackenzie is now the councillor who will be talking to officers about the city plan. And I've asked previously that the city plan actually be taken out of portfolios because it is such an important document. It is the blueprint, like the corporate plan or like the budget, and I don't believe it should be under one portfolio. Again, it says here, not only with minutes and that won't be produced, that, you know, transparency and accountability under the Local Government Act, and then the relevant divisional should be advised of the details and proposed time of any inspection. Well, I think it will be if another councillor is going...
Point of order.
Councillor Colley?
I believe the councillor's time has expired.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. Oh, thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Colley, it has expired, but if you recall, Councillor Boglari was interrupted, so we'll revert to the collective time. Thank you. Councillor Boglari.
So, look, I just want to me, I have tried to support this, and I have, because the majority of councillors wanted it, and I have talked to people who didn't want them, I've talked to people who did want them, but it's the lack of fairness and governance, and it's not in the community's best interest, in my opinion, in the way it is, the process is set to date. I'd be happy to pause this. Option 2 is a good option, and talk about going forward together, collaboratively, respectfully, and diligently was the other words used, so that we can actually get more solid foundations that are more, in my opinion, ethical and have integrity within them. There's just, in my opinion, we're just not following really good governance.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Speaker 4, Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard some of the great benefits of portfolios from other councillors this morning, and there's a reason other councils that are comparable in size and scope of our council have these portfolios in place. It's a model which works. I've spoken to councillors from other councils over the past fortnight to gauge their understanding of how they can be applied here and how they work and they function there. And I've had nothing but positive feedback from fellow councillors in South East Queensland. I completely agree that trust and respect is potentially going to be a barrier here for us, but the onus is on us to earn the trust and the respect of our colleagues. If we don't have an opportunity to demonstrate that and to earn that trust with our colleagues, the portfolio system is simply doomed to fail. It's our responsibility to take our position and our responsibility as councillors seriously and make sure that they do work. If a decision of council is made for us to introduce portfolios, each and every one of us has an opportunity to earn the trust and the respect of our colleagues through the work that we do with our portfolios. Looking at the priority guideline which we have before us, and it's in the agenda openly for the public, for the community to see, there are a couple of points which I want to highlight. One of them being that councillors have an obligation and a responsibility to keep the mayor and other councillors, including the relevant divisional councillor as appropriate, fully informed on portfolio matters. A great open and transparent process there that ensures that everyone is aware of what's going on. On the following page, under general procedure, which is page 3 of the guideline, it says, time will be allocated at mayor councillor workshops where portfolio representatives have the opportunity to discuss matters associated with their portfolio, in addition to other workshop matters. The point of this is to ensure we are a well-informed council. What a tremendous way for us to ensure that every councillor is aware of what's going on in these areas of interest. Portfolio meetings and attendances are required to be listed on a councillor portal, which we all have access to. There's nothing hidden, no clandestine operations with these portfolios. It's transparent for everybody to be aware and have an understanding of the work that's happening. I also note that the responsibilities of the Mayor are not diluted in any way. In fact, it says here that the Mayor should engage and include the relevant portfolio representative in advocacy and/or engagement with other levels of government. What a tremendous opportunity for us all to work together and build on the work that the Mayor's doing in advocacy to other levels of government. When I look at the list of portfolios and the councillors who are listed besides those portfolios, what I see is some real subject matter experts. Since I've been in here, I've heard Councillor Boglari talk passionately about the wastewater challenges facing our city. I've heard Councillor Bishop talk passionately about the arts. It's certainly an area that he has a great interest and understanding of. Councillor Hughes understands waste and recycling better than any of us in here, I would imagine. And I'm passionate about sport and recreation. I see it as a great opportunity for me to lend my expertise, to lend my experience working in the grassroots of community sport and build better outcomes for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. I will now speak in relation to the proposed motion. So, in listening to all the arguments for and against, and based on my experiences to date, I agree largely with some of the points made by Councillor Hewlett, Bishop and Boglari. I also note the 4 speakers in relation to this motion, which have been, of course, Councillor Talty, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay and Councillor Colley to date. I have very strong concerns around the framework and the structure proposed. My reasons being that we have heard a lot of aspirational statements about working collaboratively together. However, to illustrate that, it would be a good idea to bring alternate motions or bring changes to the motion to the attention of all councillors to get their opinion. I note that February's meeting in 2025, in which this original motion was brought, was discussed at great length, and I asked a series of questions at that time about how these portfolios were devised and how they came to be. I learnt at that time that they were devised by the Deputy Mayor approaching councillors to determine the areas that they wished to be spokespeople or advocates for, and so it was based on the wishes of the councillor at the time and who they were speaking to. I understand from today's amendments that there have been changes that some councillors, including myself, weren't aware of, but however they are before us now. I think in terms of a collaborative approach, there is a lot of obviously work to be done, but my concerns for bringing this at this particular time are the relationships that currently exist, the evidence from the past, and I'll raise a point now. Councillor Talty mentioned earlier about my being supportive of portfolios, I believe. Committees. So I just brought an alternate motion before, but I've removed that based on the advice provided. I am very keen on seeing a structure where everyone has a chance to speak. That's been a very strong indication that councillors want a platform, but I think it should be in a framework that is open and very transparent. So I have concerns about the proposed structure in terms of its reference, in terms of its scope, and in terms of the requirements to report back and how that's going to occur based on the relationships and what we've seen to date and what is evidence. There's a disparity there in my mind. I question why the rush. If we are to work collaboratively, why not have discussions around this in open and answer the questions that have been raised by councillors, Bishop, myself, Hewlett and Boglari, and why not be open about the changes being brought. I would like to see a much stronger alignment with the portfolios in relation to the outputs of council in relation to working for our community. I haven't got a clear vision from these portfolios what we are trying to achieve for our community. I've heard a lot about councillors wanting to be spokespeople for portfolios, but what are the outcomes for our community? So at this point in time, and based on what I have heard to date, and my wish to work transparently and openly for our community, I do not favour the structure of portfolios. I would, as previously indicated, prefer a structure of reporting and a strong level of governance, and that I believe would be afforded with the provision or the adoption of a committee structure. And that would allow more councillors to be involved. It would allow for strong reporting back to our general meeting and a clear line of sight for our community. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Golly.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to pick up on a couple of things that you've mentioned there. So what I've noticed is, yeah, I'm getting there. For the record, you've specifically highlighted to a broad audience the...
Just want to clarify if this is through the chair. Is this a question?
It is.
Debate?
So this is. I'm taking. So if questions in relation to the motion. That's what we're moving into. Unless there, I'll just before you go on, Councillor Golay. So I was a speaker against. Are there any further speakers before you move into questions? Speakers for? No. All right. So you have a question in relation to the motion, Councillor Golay?
Well, I think in context it's all to do with the motion, Madam Chair. I just wanted to know why you felt compelled to suggest that in some way that we are not, as individual councillors, being transparent and almost suggesting that we have an untoward agenda.
Councillor Golay, I'll stop you there.
Point of order.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Boglari.
7.6.8A, not speaking to the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Upheld. Councillor Golay, would you like to speak to the motion or have a question in relation to the motion?
Well, the question is, and it's in relation to what you've just said in regards to the motion, why would you feel compelled to highlight each of us?
Point of order.
Again.
And then...
Point of order.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari.
7.6.8A, again, not speaking to the motion.
Councillor Golay, I would ask you to, if you have a question in relation to the motion, please ask it.
Okay, for the public record, I feel as a councillor in this I'm actually being disenfranchised by this ruling. I think you've deliberately gone out to...
Point of order.
Councillor Golay.
And you've made
Point of order. Point of order.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari.
7.6.8 for the third time. A, not speaking to a motion.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm now warning you, Councillor Golay. Please ask your question in relation to the motion. Move on.
I'll leave it for another forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Golay. Councillor McKenzie.
Through you, Mayor, just in relation to what I'm hearing, the concerns and opposition to adopting this by Councillors Boglari and Bishop, are they wanting to be assigned a portfolio? Because to me it would be disingenuous to be assigned a portfolio but then vote against the motion. So given their opposition, do they want a portfolio or not?
Councillor Bishop.
It's through the chair to the question. It's a very important matter. I mentioned before that I appreciate Councillor Colley's inclusion of broader portfolios. There's 2 points I'd like to make. First of all, if this is the will of council, I will do my duty best to perform my role in accordance with the Local Government Act and the undertaking that I've given and my oath of office. I will continue to do that. The second point I'd like to make is there's a nuance coming up in our guideline for speaking that suggests that if someone votes against a matter, that they cannot be the representative in
Point
public.
of order, Mayor,
which
that is not this
it's
item.
nuanced. It's nuanced,
Thank
and I'll get
you.
to that later, but I will do my utmost to support the will of this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Any other questions? Councillor Colley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My understanding today is that if this isn't adopted by councillors to introduce portfolios, that there may be a direction to head towards committees as an alternate option. Can I ask council officers through you, are we able to have an understanding of what maybe the financial implication of committees being introduced as opposed to portfolios
Point
would
of
be?
order, Mayor.
Thank you,
The
Councillor
question
McKenzie.
isn't in relation to this
Motion.
It would be
Thank you. Upheld, Councillor Colley. If we could remain on this particular motion. Any other questions in relation to this motion? Councillor Bishop.
Sorry, Chair, I hadn't finished.
Oh, sorry,
One more
Councillor Colley.
question. We had a workshop on the 18th of November about introducing portfolios and committees. I don't believe that you were in attendance for that workshop. And just today you've told us about your preference and your desire to introduce committees. Can I have an understanding why it has taken so long for you to demonstrate?
Councillor Colley, in relation to this motion, if you have a question, in relation to my views, I've raised those as Councillor Tolte identified last year and also at a Mayor and Councillor meeting more recently. Thank you.
Well, I with respect, I believe it is relevant because your support of committees is certainly been shone in a new light today for me. I wasn't of the understanding that you were such a passionate fan of committees, and
Councillor
I think
Colley,
that
could
may
I
have
ask
been a
you,
better
in
option
relation
for
to
us.
this motion, do you have a question?
Yes, my question was...
Well, then it's been asked and answered.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop.
Thank you. To date, we've been discussing matters relating to this item, which is from a councillor's notice of motion. And so we're still in the realm of councillors. My question relates, through the chair, to officers. In terms of our good public record keeping, if a portfolio representative meets with council officers, will there be a comprehensive minute taking and record of that, and will that be uploaded to the portfolio so that all councillors can be afforded information as it's transferred between councillors? And
the question's been asked and answered.
no,
Councillor knows the answer to the question.
It's a question that I'd like to ask
Yep.
two officers.
The question's
Thank
been
you.
asked and answered, Mayor.
When was that asked and answered?
Thank you, Councillor McKenzie.
It's
If you could outline
literally
where it
in the
was, I've missed
report we're
that too.
adopting.
My point of order was that question has been asked and answered by the councillor. That information has been provided to councillors during workshops and briefings that we've had.
I reserve the right to ask in public session.
Thank you, Councillor McKenzie. Not in this particular forum, so
Mayor, I think it has actually, because there was an extended discussion in February on this matter.
No.
And we now are adopting the
Thank
document.
you, Councillor
which
Tolte.
includes this information.
Thank you, Councillor Tolte. Councillor Bishop had a question that he wanted to ask an officer in this open forum in relation to this motion. Thank you.
Yes, and it's to do with the level of accountability and record keeping, so that conversations between portfolio representatives and executive officers would be documented and shared with all councillors. Is that to be the case?
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Could I have an answer in relation to that point? Thank you.
Mayor, Chris Bella will join.
Through you, Chair. Councillor Bishop, thank you for the question. You'll have to bear with me while I try to answer this for you. So obviously council operates under the Public Records Act, so all things that we do must adhere to our obligations under that Act. We have outlined in the priority guidelines, so on page 3 of 5, which has been brought up in your discussion this morning, that there will be no written reports and minutes taken for portfolio representative updates. So council officers will not be taking formal minutes of those meetings. As with any meeting that an officer or has with a councillor or an external party, the participants in those meetings can take their own notes which would then be a public document under the Public Records Act. So the obligation falls on the parties to take the appropriate notes and record those and make them available through your councillor portal and through your mayor and councillor workshops.
Thank
I hope
you.
that answers your question.
It answers my question. It leaves me resolved with the points that I'd raised earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I just miss hands up before? I saw some discussion, so I wasn't sure if I'd missed anyone on this side of the room. Councillor Mitchell?
Mayor, I was through the chair and in support of you and good meeting order. I've got some concerns, so it's not asking for your ruling on the code of conduct, but I think we're descending into a point here that this is not in the community's best interests to continue down the rabbit warren of this debate. I think there's been some really good input, and my request through to help this meeting move forward, respect the community and the good meeting order, that we move forward to summing up and the vote. Thank you.
Sorry, were you...
Can I...
Councillor Mackenzie, were you putting the motion? Sorry, Councillor Mitchell, were you putting the motion? Was that...
No, it wasn't put in motion. It was just a request in support of you as the chair to move the meeting along and in support of our community and good meeting order. This is not what our community is wanting to see. They're wanting to see us make good decisions with quite input.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. I believe it looked like we'd exhausted questions. There were no further hands up that I knew. So, Councillor Tolte, would you like to sum up your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would. So just to go back over some of the matters that have been raised, one councillor suggested simultaneously that we had no structure and a structure that they weren't comfortable with. I have some concerns with councillors speaking so passionately against it and then being able to function in the roles. So I would ask those councillors to consider their positions when they are deciding whether they want to participate fully and give this an opportunity to be successful. The discussion on minutes, etc., I would remind councillors that this is a non-decision making role and that it's not seeking to change the way decisions are made or workshops are conducted or any other business of council. So therefore, everything is well covered. And I would further underline for councillors in relation to claims about people having information, particularly in relation to their own electorates, etc. And the councillors under 170A, you can ask for any information from the organisation that you need at any time. So nothing changes in that regard. There is nothing preventing you from doing your work, investigation, consideration in the same way that you would at any other time. There are a lot of aspirational statements, and I hope that, as was mentioned earlier, that this does function to earn and build trust between councillors and the office of the mayor. And it was mentioned that, you know, we're in a rush. Well, this is the slowest rush, councillors. It's been going on since last April. The opportunity was there all through last year for this to be led in a different way. And in the discussions that we had last year, we started off seeking information through the Mayor and the CEO about having either portfolios or a committee structure. The discussion through that year pointed us away from committee structures because there was a feeling that it would be overly resource hungry and very expensive and that the benefit would not be there. There was also a concern from some councillors about trusting other councillors on committees to make decisions where they weren't not a part of that decision-making body. So we switched away from that and we concentrated on developing a portfolio structure. One councillor raised the fact that there were certain portfolios in the original motion that I brought in February that are not reflected in this today. Well, as we saw in the discussion in February, not everybody supported that, and there was a general feeling among councillors that they wanted this aligned more to council structures. So that has been heard and the changes have been made, and all of the multiple emails, comments, discussions, etc., to the best of our ability are reflected here in a workable way forward. If councillors want to consider or reconsider the concept of committees again, there's absolutely nothing stopping that from happening, and there is no reason why this can't proceed now, and a simultaneous situation of investigation for a different system, should the council choose to accept or pursue that, can't happen as well. So, councillors, I think we need to start somewhere, and this is somewhere. So I would hope that those people, and Councillor Hewlett has been very clear, he doesn't support it, he doesn't want to participate in it, and that's absolutely fine. That is not any reflection on Councillor Hewlett, and he will still be included, you know, by all the portfolio chairs, etc., as normal. Everything that's here, it reflects what people have said that they would like to do. And I hope that people will take this and they will use it to actually be a positive and to work diligently to build relationships. And I've actually had this conversation also with the Mayor about giving people an opportunity to step up or fail, or giving people an opportunity to prove themselves, to build relationships. You have to trust someone before they can move forward and prove to you their ability. And this is giving people an opportunity to do that. Communication is, to say the least, difficult in this council, and this gives people a structure to talk to one another. So please, I think this is an opportunity for everyone to step up
Councillor
and do
Tulsi,
better.
just as a point of order, when did we have that discussion?
Thursday the 20th?
Thursday the 20th of
March.
I don't recall that conversation.
Yep, I said that to you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So that's not a point of order either, Mayor, but that's okay. So with that, I would put the motion. Thank you.
All right. Sorry, thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? So Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Tulti, McKenzie, Tulti, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, and Councillor Rendell's online?
In favour.
Thank you. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Hewlett, Bishop and myself. The motion is carried. Councillors, given the time, and I understand lunch is waiting outside, I suggest we adjourn for lunch for a period. Can I have... Sorry, I'm on, yep. So how long...
Mayor, if we press on, we can have lunch at confidential while we're working.
Yeah,
a working lunch.
confidential? All right. All right, well then we'll proceed with everyone's agreement. Yeah, we'll move on into agenda item number 13.3, Media Relations and Speeches Guideline Review. Do I have a mover for the
I'd like to propose an amendment, if I may.
Yes,
I'll flag it, if I may.
thank you.
Happy to move the officer's recommendation, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, just give me a second while I just get some information. Okay, thank you. Can I have a mover for the motion? Councillor Bishop?
Mayor, I just moved the motion.
Oh, sorry.
I'm
losing track. Thank you, Councillor
I didn't move
Tulsi.
this motion. I moved the motion as recommended by the officers.
Sorry, yeah, there's some changes here. If we could have some clarification, thank you.
Madam Mayor, through you to councillors, officers noted that there had been a section of the guideline that had erroneously been removed, which we will be adding back in. It's on the screen in front of you now. This media liaison responsibility component, which sits in the current guideline, there is no change to this. We plan on keeping it in the guideline. However, we noted that in the version that was placed in the papers that this part was missing.
Apologies, Mayor. I thought this was an amended motion separate to that. So happy to move that.
Thank you. I'm just going to allow some time to read this addition back in. Sorry, I'm not across. We're adding a section back in that wasn't previously there.
No, this section has always been there. It was accidentally, there was some corruption in the file and this section somehow accidentally got removed.
Okay.
And this is a very important section because the last paragraph there is a very important one. For other matters, elected representatives are free at all times to initiate their own media communications on matters relating to personal opinion rather than council policy. Where matters relate to personal opinion, elected representatives should indicate that these views may not necessarily reflect council's position. So this paragraph has always been in the guideline. It is staying in the guideline. It was never intended to be removed.
Thank you. So I have a seconder, Councillor Mitchell. Thank you, Councillor Tolty. This is moved by you. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Apologies, my diligence just closed down. So Council's media relations and speeches guideline relates in part to the release of information to news media about council initiatives, decisions, responses, events and services. And this is the guideline to the administrative way that these things are approached. It is a standard document that we have always had a media policy, and this is an update to that media policy to reflect current standards across the local government. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Speakers against? Sorry, Councillor Bishop.
Thank you.
Oh, he had his hand first, yeah.
I would like to flag a further amendment, if I may, and I appreciate that while the proposed alternative that I'd like to put forward isn't something that I have sent through to councillors, it is something that I have raised as a concern. My suggestion is that on the page 55...
Point of order, Mayor. Is the councillor proposing an amendment or is he flagging he might?
I'm proposing an amendment.
Okay, that's not what you said, councillor.
So,
thank you.
I understand although this is a proposed change to the attachment, not the motion. Is that correct?
It will be a change to the attachment. So I will...
Mayor, my understanding is that councillors cannot change officers' reports, and this is seeking to change the officers' report.
If I can get some clarification and advice on this particular point, this is a new one to me. So if we could get some point of reference that an attachment can be changed but a report can't, is that correct?
Through you, Chair, and just a quick response to that. I haven't got the motion in front of me because my device is behind me, but okay, so the intention would be that this will be becoming a priority guideline. A priority guideline will be something that councillors will be approving in future. So a normal guideline is something that's authorised by officers as a general rule. So the difference between a guideline and a priority guideline is that it is one that relates to the business of councillors more so than officers. So this document has been brought back to say all depending on what decision you'd made with portfolios, which you've now made, that there was some suggested amendments to this document that we had anticipated if you were to change your position on portfolios and adopt them, which you now have. So what's before you now is to consider some changes to the guideline that officers have previously approved, make a new change that reflects the spokesperson role for councillors who are spokespeople attached to the portfolios, and that it will be a priority guideline moving forward. So does that help to clarify?
It does, General Manager. Thank you very much, because I see that the motion does allow for amendment. So in that interpretation, then Councillor Bishop can put forward a change.
It wouldn't be part of what we've proposed at the moment. It would be any future change. So I would be what I've just heard Councillor Bishop saying, unless councillors direct otherwise. That's not the current motion that's in front of you. What you've got before you at the moment is the guideline as drafted, which includes the blue highlight that was just put on the screen that had dropped off with whatever happened in the system behind the scenes. But it also has some new wording which Morgana could speak to, which she's available to speak to the changes that she's proposing to have the spokespeople related to the portfolios. That's the only change. And then we would be bringing back on a regular basis any updates to the priority guideline moving forward to this group, to councillors for approval.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Bishop, did that provide clarity?
Well, it sounds to me that it's the priority guideline now is exactly the moment, and probably the most appropriate moment in public session. It sounds to me like this, given this is a priority guideline, this is the moment that it's come to council, and if there are to be amendments, this is the appropriate time for me to put this forward. And so there's 2 points I'd like to make. One is related to the highlighted yellow officer recommendation, but the second one, which is the one I'd like to speak to, bring up on the screen if I could, relates to the attachment. I can speak to that now.
Yes, thank you.
Just to flag that.
Mayor, this is not an amendment. If the councillor wants to move an amendment,
point of order,
he needs to present an amendment. If he's going to speak to that amendment...
Thank you, Councillor Talty. So you're raising a point of order. Could you point it out?
I am.
Whereabouts, so I have reference?
This is, all we're looking at is a statement highlighted in yellow.
Could you provide the number so I know where to refer to?
The councillor is not speaking to the motion before us. Yes, there is. I moved it. That is not a motion, no.
The councillor is proposing an amendment, and I'm about to speak to what I propose.
Where's your amendment,
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. So in answer to that, as I understand, Councillor Bishop, is your intention to propose an amendment
to the attachment?
To the attachment.
Correct.
Yes.
You can amend the motion.
So so essentially you're amending the motion. You're wanting to amend the motion. Can I seek some clarity around process, please? If you can wait a minute.
Through you, Chair. So at the moment...
Thank you, everyone. If I could just hear the advice.
So at the moment we have a live motion, which was not Councillor Bishop's motion. Currently that is not a live motion. We have Councillor
Sorry, General Counsel.
Sorry.
So you were shaking your head. Was there clarity?
I'll wait.
Yeah. So at the moment, the live motion is back a page. Uses the phrase "as amended," which was to incorporate the blue section of the previous that was in the previous guideline to correct an error in uploading this guideline. To be clearer, if there is proposed further amendments to the guideline, any change to the guideline should be more particular. It should refer to each section and how it's amended. So if Councillor Bishop proposes further amendments to the guideline, it should see as amended at clause X to state clause Y, just so we know what we're voting on. So Councillor Bishop can make an amendment to the guideline, just needs to be very clear where it's amended. But at the moment, that is not the live motion. At the moment, we're still dealing with Councillor Toltier's motion, I believe, which is right there.
And
all right, so...
And I was speaking...
Microphone, Councillor Bishop.
And I was speaking against that and flagging an amendment which I have not had a chance to speak to yet, which I'd like to do.
Okay, thank you. So if we go back to you're speaking to a proposed amendment, but you're speaking to the motion.
I'm speaking to the motion.
Point of order, Mayor. This is 766, failing to comply with proper procedure, and I think the proper procedure has been outlined, but we need to vote on the live motion, and a further amendment is allowed, but not at this point.
Not at this point. Thank you. All right. So,
therefore, speaking to it through the chair is not appropriate at this time.
thank. All right, thank you. So we have a live motion before us. I'll wind the clock back to you speaking to this motion.
I'm speaking against the current motion, yes, and I will reverse the order of my speaking about it. I said there were 2 points. The point that I would like to flag, which is a concern to me, on the top of page 2 of 5, which is 55 in the agenda, which says for division-specific matters, the relevant divisional councillor, it goes on to say that it's not exactly there, where a portfolio councillor is a spokesperson, divisional councillors will not be spokespeople. I think this erodes and diminishes the rights of divisional councillors, and it's one of the consequential concerns that I have. It's on the top of page 55, which is 2 of 5. It's the yellow highlighted section, second line, under when a portfolio councillor is a spokesperson, divisional councillors will not be spokespeople. This is a removal of the right of a divisional councillor to speak on behalf of their community, and it is a consequence of the previous motion, which is now coming live into effect. So I'll flag that is a significant concern to me under the Local Government Act and my right to speak through this organisation and other councillors in an appropriate forum.
Question through the chair.
We're taking questions.
Thank you. I'll just wait till Councillor Bishop finishes. Thank you.
It's relating to the point, but thank you.
And given, I'll move on, that flagging that is a significant concern and a removal of the otherwise afforded right of a councillor that's going in a direction that's very concerning. I'd like to move to the bottom of this page, please. Not highlighted, but the very last sentence, which suggests elected members who have voted against a majority decision of council, it then goes on to say, will not be the spokesperson for that decision. Councillors, that is a huge concern. It did come about through workshop. It was an amendment. It did not come back to this public platform. This is now the moment when it is here before us, and I would like to flag that is a significant concern. We have already this morning heard when a councillor votes against a motion for whatever their reasons, that there is a perception that they should not be able to speak. That is very much removing the ability for us to be responsible, ethical representatives of our community, hold a point of difference on a particular matter, and still continue to be able to be a spokesperson. And I think in the case where previously that has occurred with regards to the mayor, that was this seems like it's a retrospective attempt to make sure that silencing of a voice that some councillors would seem to not like is now being designed into a guideline And that's a further erosion of the democratic right for someone to vote against a motion and then be able to still be a spokesperson, understanding that the function of office is to represent the majority view. It enshrines a belief that that's not possible and that it's not permitted in this council. That is hugely concerning to me. I want to flag it, and that's why I have a further amendment to this attachment to take out the words elected members who have voted against a majority decision of council. That's will not be spokesperson. I suggest, as if I could flag my amendment, if we could bring that back on the screen with your indulgence, I would seek that for transparency, equity and inclusion, that we allow someone who does vote against a matter to still be able to publicly represent this council, give them the common decency and courtesy that what we actually have is we remove reference to someone who votes against a majority decision, and we simply replace it with elected members who have a declared conflict of interest in a decision will not be the spokesperson for that decision. That continues the equitable position that if there's a conflict, yes, fair enough.
Point of order, Mayor. Councillor has to move an amendment and have that amendment approved by the council before he can speak to the amendment. He is now speaking to his amendment.
I'm flagging.
No, councillor.
Thank you, councillor. Thank you, councillor Tolte. Are you?
I'm flagging an amendment for which I would seek advice regarding, as per, through the Chair, General Consul's previous suggestion, that as per...
All right, so are you proposing that amendment now?
Yes.
Okay, so that's...
If
so
I could,
you are...
if I can, I would like to propose that amendment, a further amendment.
So we need a second... So we
Through
need
the Chair, I thought we had already a ruling of you that that was inappropriate or improper meeting under the Code of Conduct. It was not proper process, 766. I thought there'd been a ruling made.
Okay, can I get some clarity again from Council's General Counsel?
I've raised it. I'm here, we're here.
Sorry, is that a question for myself or is it... Sorry, Chair. From a process...
So my question with the amendment would be to do with...
As the motion is to accept the changes in there, can't we just make changes without doing...
Well, thank you. So I think... I can never see if it's on or off. So I think the question is, because of the wording of the motion, does it allow for amendments to be made?
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at the standing orders 7.4, which refers to the amendment of motions. But that's the process to amend motions. We have a live motion now. At the point of that live motion, it did have the words as amended, and that amendment was, if I would say, simply to reinsert what should have been there, which was a portion of the existing guideline that had been deleted in the upload into the council reports. Now what's proposed is to delete certain words. Councils need to consider whether that is consistent with clause 7.4 of the standing orders. That is to shall maintain or further clarify the intent of the original motion and not contradict the motion. No, I don't think that.
Councillor Boglari, did you have, just while there's some discussion at the end of the table, Councillor Boglari, you had something you wanted to ask?
Through you, the motion is that council notes administrative changes to the council's media relations. So what Councillor Bishop is proposing is a change. So it's under the intent of the motion, and if the motion is to note these changes, I don't think the motion has to be changed. So the question is, can we just simply change the priority guideline? Because it is under the intent of the motion without changing the motion.
No, I would say this is a different change, definitely. And we can't rely simply on this. We would have to be very particular about further changes. Again, council would have to be satisfied that the process to amend the live motion is consistent with 7.4.1. The amendment to the motion shall maintain or further clarify the intent of the original motion and not contradict the motion. At the moment, you're incorporating different amendments that were not part of the original motion that's currently live.
So I'm getting a nod of correctness from the General Manager and the Council's General Counsel with the advice that any further changes to what's already proposed in the motion would not be appropriate.
Well, not at this, well, potentially not at this stage because they're not consistent with the current changes. They don't clarify the intent in any way. They're actually quite different changes. So what the process would normally be is you'd vote on the current live motion. If that's unsuccessful, then you can propose the alternative, and the alternative, the officers might need might need some time to redraft what's proposed, because we would have to redraft what is proposed there to clearly say where that section is in the guideline, and strike out or underline what the additions or the subtractions are.
Okay, so just to clarify, your advice is that any other changes, such as the changes proposed on the screen, would not be appropriate because we have a live motion with already listed changes in that motion, so we should stick to that.
It's a question for councillors. Does it further clarify the intent of the original motion and not contradict that motion? I'm saying arguably it is materially different to what the original motion was. If we were to accept this motion, we would have to probably seek a break so it can be redrafted and be clarified so the council could vote on. That's why I'm saying it is different to what the live motion is now.
All right, thank you. Councillor Bishop.
So I'd like to request if councillors would be prepared to go down a pathway where we look at including these changes to remove that line when a portfolio councillor is a spokesperson.
Point of order,
councillors
Mayor.
will not be
This is
spokesperson.
not in standing orders. We have a live motion.
I'm seeking to clarify.
The councillor either needs to move an amendment or speak to the motion.
Did you move an amendment? Would you like to move an amendment? You can't. Oh no, sorry, you can't.
I would like
sorry,
to test the room. We're in the hands of councillors. I'd like to test the room to see if there is willingness to take out when a portfolio councillor is spokesperson division.
Point of order, Mayor.
Thank you.
Point of order. In support of you as chair and good meeting order and respect for our community, I don't believe under the code of conduct that collectively, or Councillor Bishop at the moment is carrying out its responsibilities conscientiously and in the best interests of the community. We've had a ruling, and I would like you to make a point of order on that. Should we move forward?
Thank you. There's been some confusion for me around where we're at. So we have advice, as I understand it, that amendment can't be made at this time. We have a live motion. So it sounds like from the advice that I've just received that we now have to address the live motion and that any further amendments sought by councillors will have to be made at a later date. I'm taking that advice from Council's General Counsel and the General Manager of Organisational Services. That's the current situation that we have in play, as I understand it. So that, as I understand it, then we're back to...
Through you, Mayor, if I can just clarify, my understanding is you have a live motion that has adopted the admin changes as amended, which was on the screen. That is what is live. The changes that are just being discussed by Councillor Bishop haven't been accepted by the mover and the seconder. So if the mover and the seconder of that motion were prepared to adopt the changes that Councillor Bishop has suggested as a further amendment, then that might be a mechanism in my view, because that then becomes a matter for councillors.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that advice and clarity. Excellent. So the question then being the proposed changes as put up on the screen previously and outlined by Councillor Bishop, do the mover and seconder of the motion accept those changes?
No.
No, thank you.
No.
That is declined then. Thank you. So Councillor Bishop, you had completed, I believe then you were speaking against?
Thank you.
Thank you. A speaker for? No? Any questions? Sorry, Councillor Boglari.
My question is, and I'm not too sure of this process because the motion is actually to accept changes in the priority guideline. But if we don't want to accept those changes, do we have to vote this down and then have it again? We can't just... There isn't another mechanism other than the mover and seconder.
Point of order,
okay.
Mayor, that is asked and answered.
General Manager, you already...
Is that correct?
In my view, if you vote this down, then we still have a media and speeches guideline that is signed off at officer level, and that will be in its current form without those changes that have been highlighted in yellow.
Right. Okay. I've got another point of clarity, but my sticking point with this motion, as you can see from my notes, is that second line on page 55. We've just talked about how portfolios won't be impacting divisional councillors' rights in any way with their community. That second line says when a portfolio spoke under division-specific matters, that's the heading. When a portfolio councillor is a spokesperson, the divisional councillor will not be a spokesperson. Now, I can't accept that because every councillor is elected
Point of order,
by their
Mayor,
community.
Is this a question to officers? 8.2.1.
Yes.
Councillors will ask a question categorically and directly
Thank
without
you,
argument or debate.
Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Boglari, could you pose your question?
Yes, so my question is to help the collaboration between councillors and not have that erosion of divisional councillors with their community, would the mover and seconder accept the fact of that line to be removed?
Point of order, Mayor, we have already been through
No,
this.
you've just got to accept it.
I have just said no. I've been asked.
Okay. No, this was another line. Sorry, Councillor Tolty, this was not what
Would you like the
Councillor...
second to respond, Chair?
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Mackenzie. You both declined? Yep. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mitchell. Sorry, Councillor Mitchell.
No, and again, in respect for your assisting you chair a well-ordered meeting, I was responding to the request to the mover and seconder, and no. While I have the floor, in respect to the community, I'd like to move the motion be put, please.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your continuing view of assistance, Councillor Mitchell. Now put the motion. Yep. So we now put the motion. Those in favour?
No.
Now voting if you'd like to put the motion. Sorry. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Tolty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Rendell's online.
I'm happy for it to be put.
So that's 3. Those against? Councillors Bishop, Guy, Hewlett, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. So we're back continuing.
Can I go to my second question for the
You-
officers, please?
That's lost. Thank you, Councillor Boglara. You can...
Thank you. Through you to GM Organisational Services. Sorry, it's just reading your sign. On page 4 of 5, under document control, it's got only an ELT member of relevant department group can approve amendments to this document. But previously when you spoke, you said because it is a priority guideline, councillors are the ones in this room that make the change. So that's contradictory to me.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Correct, Councillor Bulgari. The current guideline is one that's approved by an ELT member. So that's exactly why this is back here. So as you know, we workshopped media and speeches guidelines with you on about the 18th of November. There were some changes made as a result of that conversation, which I think were adopted on about the 9th of December. Then we've had this decision around portfolios and also in, I guess, hearing some of the comments from a couple of councillors who weren't satisfied with changes that were made to that media guideline. We've taken the decision to bring this in to you now behind the portfolio decision to note what changes we were anticipating. And as you know, we workshopped those changes that were in yellow on the document were workshopped with you last week. So that's all been workshopped with councillors. We've now reflected with what we heard in the workshop last week. We're tabling that with you today for decision. And if you read your general meeting paper, what we're proposing, the issues, in the issues section, if I remember rightly, there are two sections. One is noting that we are shifting this to be a priority guideline that will be approved by councillors moving forward. So it is currently a guideline that the head of CET, is the manager of it, and I'm the authoriser of the current document. What would happen today is if you take this decision according to the resolution, you'll be noting that we will be making this a priority guideline moving forward, and we'll be putting in place the yellow changes that were workshopped with you last week.
Yep.
Does that clarify?
No, sorry. But under document control, only elected members, that...
Yeah, we will adjust that to be, it will become a priority
ELT,
guideline.
I mean, executive
leadership.
leadership.
It's currently not a priority guideline, so it's been given to you in its current format, but we will change this to become a priority guideline which will be approved by council.
So that line can just simply be taken out?
Yeah, we'll make those sort of administrative changes depending on what decision.
So can I have clarity then, if that line can simply be taken out without an amendment to the motion, why the other line can't be taken out without an amendment?
One's administrative and one's a fairly significant change. So the guideline as it's currently presented to you is drafted based on feedback that was presented at a councillor workshop, and it was the majority view of councillors that had those amendments moved for what was adopted on the 9th of December. We're bringing it back to you today because there had been a couple of people who weren't happy with the changes that were made. So it was the CEO and my decision to now table this for council to have this as a priority guideline moving forward if you choose to. If you want this to be a priority guideline where councillors make decisions on this document moving forward, then this is your ability to do so.
Okay, so the difference is one is to do with the position of a portfolio councillor and the other one is just who can administer changes to the document.
The current version of the document
policy.
is
okay, thank you.
approved by an ELT member. That's why it's currently sitting there like that, because you actually haven't adopted the change to make it a priority guideline. Is that clear? Or can I explain that better? Okay, thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Hewlett, you had your hand up?
I've just got a question, if you don't mind me asking, just as an example. So, for example, if there was a media release on, say, Councillor Bishop's area on the revetment wall issues along the Birkdale Esplanade there, would that be, if that goes to the media, would that be by Shane Rendles, who's now the Marine Infrastructure Portfolio, or would Councillor Bishop be referenced in that media release?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the councillor, how CET views this is if council is introducing a policy or a strategy around revetment walls for the city, and that's going to be about how we tackle revetment walls. We're putting in place a new budget that's going to be for all revetment walls around the city. We're tackling that in a certain way. Then that would be the portfolio councillors' opportunity to be included. However, if we've made a decision through our capital works program and there is a specific revetment wall in a councillor's division that's getting fixed and done, that we would be including the divisional councillor, usually when there's an announcement made to say, hey, we've just fixed this revetment wall and now it's in place and this is protected public property.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Sorry, I've lost my order. Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for Morgana as well. Councillor Boglari raised a point at the top of page 2 where it says when a portfolio councillor is a spokesperson, divisional councillors will not be spokespeople. I believe that we had a conversation about this, and this is basically an operational thing to ensure that we get the turnaround of quotes correctly, but is that something that can be managed if we do facilitate a portfolio councillor and the divisional councillor being the spokesperson?
So there's a couple of reasons why CET proposed the change in this way. We believe that when we're writing media releases and media content, we're writing it in a way that should appeal most to newsrooms so that it's more likely to get picked up. And having fewer spokespeople is key to that. It's clearer for the media who they should speak to about a matter. So when we looked at this, knowing that our practice has been to include divisional councillors, we were trying to just manage that going forward to manage councillors' expectations so that we could make sure that our content is going to be of most appeal to newsrooms. There is a component of needing to get content turned around in a timely manner, but this was more around the function of news and media as to how we landed on this recommendation.
Okay. A further question then to that. In the spirit of working together, if a portfolio councillor would like to also engage the divisional councillor and some quotes can be turned around quickly, is that something which this policy or this guideline would facilitate? Or would it just be that it's just disregarded the divisional councillors?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I guess we do issue press releases that have more than 2 spokespeople. There are times when we do that. A good example is at budget, when we issue a press release that's around funding that's specifically for our island communities. We usually include the Mayor, Divisional 2 councillor, Divisional 4 councillor and Divisional 5 councillor, because each of these people have an interest in our island communities specifically. So there are times where we do, I guess, mould around the guideline based on the value of doing so. So if there was a divisional councillor and the portfolio councillor and the mayor are saying we really would like this divisional councillor to be included, then CET will oblige.
Thank you.
So I've just got a question. Thank you, Morgana. In relation to timeliness and comments about timeliness, why would there be a difference between the spokesperson and the divisional councillor providing comment or quotes for media?
So as a practice, when we produce a press release that's got multiple spokespeople, we first put that press release to you, Mayor, as our Mayor, to have a review and make sure that this is something that you're happy with the direction that the release is taking. And then once we have your support, then we would progress to other spokespeople to get their sign off. So each of those times that we need to ask someone else to approve, it's a period of time that it takes to turn things around. So after this general meeting, you're all busy, you've got commitments that you need to meet, you won't necessarily be able to turn that press release around. But where possible, people do. People understand that our requests are timely, but that is how time becomes a factor. The more people that you have that you need to get approval from, it takes longer.
Thank you. All right. On my list, Councillor Colley, that was your question? Yep. Councillor Golay, you had a question?
it's an obvious thing. So through you, Madam Chair, the Mayor will always be the spokesperson for the city, correct? Always.
According to the guideline, the Mayor is our official lead spokesperson. We also have multiple other spokespeople identified in the guideline, including the CEO and general managers.
Yep.
And then, as we've all discussed today, there's a section in our guideline that if you vote against a majority decision of council, that you were not the spokesperson for that decision. Yes. For that decision.
And the reason I ask that, Mayor, is I think it's really prudent that the community and the councillors understand that if it's citywide, the Mayor will be the spokesperson, right? Full stop. Whether you've got a portfolio or not. And I don't agree with the divisional councillor being cut out, I'm sorry. The Mayor's got to be the spokesperson always on citywide matters. But I just want to clarify, and this is what put the Mayor in a tough position with Toondah. I just want to clarify. So if I'm sitting in here and I vote against something.
Councillor Golly, do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm getting there. So if I vote against something in here, but I'm a portfolio chair, am I then automatically suspected I can't give an organisational comment, all right, because I've actually gone against what the organisation wanted or proposed, but then I can go out to another form of media and give a personal opinion. Is that where we're at?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor. Okay, so a good example for you, Councillor Golly, you are our pest management person. Pest, yes. So we have, let's say council makes a decision on a fire ant policy and you vote against it. The way our guideline is written, even if you're the portfolio councillor, for the decision of council for that meeting, we would exclude you as the spokesperson in that case because you've voted against something which has been a decision of council, and we're putting out something that says this is council's position, this is what council has agreed to. Whereas you as an individual maintain your right, and this is enshrined in the guideline, to express your own personal opinion. You will be issued the press release when it goes out, so you will know when it's gone, and that would then trigger the opportunity to go, well, I'm going to speak to the media to say why I didn't support this because I am the portfolio chairperson of this, and this is my personal view, which is what the guideline outlines for you.
Thanks, Mayor. I just think it's really important to clarify that you are it. You are the spokesperson for everything citywide, and then it's your choice whether you want to say anything to me.
Thank you, Councillor Golay, with the exception of that point. The next person I had on the list was Councillor Boglari.
Thank you. Just while Morgana's in the hot seat, thank you, Morgana. I'm still trying to understand this exclusion of divisional councillors because I really do think that is restricting me in my role. So if there is a lighting policy for all sports fields across, don't think this is happening community, but, lighting policy, we've just been given $100 million and we're putting lights up everywhere. That would now be Jason and the Mayor because he's the sport and rec person. But if I've worked closely with my own local club and the lights and that are happening, it could still be, because it says here under for Division Pacific matters, it could still be the Mayor and that portfolio, and as a divisional councillor, I'm excluded. And that concerns me because it erodes the trust and relationship between the divisional councillor and their... If we didn't have divisions, it wouldn't matter, but we do, and we represent the whole city and that area. So is that the case? Is that what could happen?
Chair, through you to Councillor Boglari, using the example that you've used, it was a citywide decision. It's about a citywide policy around sports lighting, and therefore the portfolio councillor would be the spokesperson. When council then allocates that funding and there's a decision made that the sports field in your division is getting a certain portion of that funding and the project has commenced, then council would do the local media piece around that says, you know, council's now push new sports lighting into this sports field, and here's Councillor Buklari, she went to the sports field and met the representatives. That's how it works in terms of something that's a citywide announcement versus something that's a divisional level. When things happen in your division, you'd still be the spokesperson.
So can you please explain to me why we're bothering to have that line in there as to why the portfolio chair is a spokesperson and the divisional councillor won't be? Can you please explain
Two different press releases.
Yeah, so it is just so that if we've got a portfolio councillor, it's addressing feedback. So we've received a lot of feedback from councillors, questions over the past year. One of them has been about why am I not included in this? And we would say, well, this is a citywide matter. So when it's a citywide matter, even if it's something, so if it's libraries, and we talked about something that's happening, libraries, a big library policy, but it happened in the Cleveland Library, then we would have that as a citywide.
Yep, but when would this happen in the division matter? This is that the divisional yeah. So when is it that the divisional councillor wouldn't be the spokesperson for their division?
I think you're talking about that as a formatting thing. So that's just the final sentence of the changes. For divisional specific matters, the relevant divisional councillor will instead be the spokesperson. We're just making it clear that when it's
well, that wording doesn't. Sorry, I don't mean to, but that wording actually doesn't say that. Does it?
It does.
Under division, it goes when a portfolio councillor is the spokesperson, the divisional councillor won't be the spokesperson. Under division, if the divisional councillor will always be the spokesperson for the division, why? I don't understand why that's
it is a formatting issue. So the sentence above is supposed to sit next to for division-specific matters.
Yeah.
On the page before, the sentence sits with the part which talks about portfolio matters. This is just a sentence that wraps up the entire new section of the guideline that is just providing clarity that if a portfolio councillor is a spokesperson, the divisional councillor won't be.
Perhaps it's just a space, another space is what you're saying. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I think we've exhausted questions. I've come to the end of my list. I just wanted to make I haven't had a chance to make a comment, so I'm just going to make a comment before I hand over to Councillor Tolte to sum up the motion. So I appreciate that this motion has been brought back in line with the previous motion to partner with portfolios, given the changes that have been made to this guideline. I also acknowledge that the changes were made to the guideline previously with the inclusion of the point about not being able to speak to a resolution if you don't vote in accordance with the majority. That change was brought about after majority feedback from a councillor workshop, so I acknowledge that. And yeah, the feedback from councillors that time led to the change in that guideline. Now we have more guideline changes. My concern is that the elevation of the portfolio councillor in any context above a divisional councillor who is an elected representative, as is the mayor, by the community, does provide me with caution, because as we've heard in the previous motion, portfolios were determined by councillors putting forward their areas of interest, and now it's gone across the city, across the divisions, and so to have in any level divisional councillors as the third spokespeople in any given topic, I do not agree with. I believe that elected officials, elected by their communities, should be the representative in their respective divisions. So thank you for everyone's comment, but I'm speaking. So my concern is, as stated, I appreciate that this has been brought back together by officers in response to Councillor Tolte's motion in February. I also note that the report in relation to portfolios was underway in February. And I guess now that we've received advice that further changes can be made, given the changes to the priority of this particular guideline now, we shall see further discussion possibly in the future. Thank you, Councillor Talty. I will hand to you.
Thank you, Mayor, very much. Okay. I just wanted to point out there's been quite a lot of confusion with this, and that we discussed at length adding a third spokesperson to press releases and all of that. And I actually don't have a problem with adding a third spokesperson. My problem is that the current procedure is to delay getting the second and or third spokesperson's approval on quotes until the Mayor's office returns it. If they were all done simultaneously, if the Mayor was approving the Mayor's quotes and the portfolio chair was doing theirs and the local area council was doing theirs all at the same time, then the time wouldn't be a problem. So I am actually, I can suggest that I would be happy to add, to take out that line that councillor doesn't like, that says that they can't get a third quote from the local councillor if the approval process runs simultaneously. Is that a possibility?
I'm not sure who I'm directing this to. Morgana. Group Manager, CET, thank you.
So the practice has been that the Mayor, as the lead spokesperson for Council, has the opportunity to review the release in full before that goes to any other councillor for review.
Sorry, Councillor Boglari?
I think Councillor Talty was saying for expediency, could the quotes
be approved at the same time?
From
yes,
the
I
other councils?
don't see why that would be a problem.
That might be if it's a fellowship situation. Microphone.
All right, so it's your motion. Are you proposing?
Well, I'll be guided by you, councillors, but I'm told that if the mover and seconder are happy to remove a line, then it can be done. Councillor Boglari has wanted it, and we've talked about it a lot through the week. I left it as it was because the press office said that they were very concerned about the timeframes. If the Mayor gives up her oversight, I guess.
Yeah, it's still the oversight. It's just that the comments, as I understand it, you're asking if the quotes attributed to each councillor
currently,
go out
Mayor,
for approval.
I'll be very, very clear here. No surprises. Currently, it goes to you first, and you have an opportunity to give feedback to the department on all aspects of the press release, including your quotes, before any of us see it. You would be seeing it simultaneously with the portfolio chair and the divisional councillor. So then your changes will be obvious to us or whoever it is. If you're happy with that, then that is what we would be changing. I'm just trying to be very clear here.
Right. Sorry, just for clarity, because you were talking to the quotes before. What you're wanting to say, instead of just being able to approve quotes, you're wanting to be able to see all of the press release simultaneously with me.
No, I'm not wanting that. I'm saying that's how they would have to do it. Because they don't send us just the quotes, they send us the full article with our quotes highlighted. But at the moment they send you the full article with your quotes highlighted, and you see what they're proposing to send to us. Right? That's what happens? Well, no, not losing power, just... Okay, I was trying to be helpful, but evidently I'm not, which is, you know, why I... Okay, I'm just going to sum up then.
If I may, through the chair.
Sorry, Councillor Boglari, yes.
So this is just to, if there's a media release, it goes to the mayor, but if you're quoted in it or someone else is quoted in it, they get it. But the mayor still has the right to, she still basically, the mayor, whoever it is, still owns that media release and can make the changes or whatever they want.
To their quotes, yes.
Or to the media release as per normal.
Well, yeah, as per normal. Nothing changes in the mayor's ability to do that, but at the moment the mayor can theoretically do that and we won't know about it.
Councillor Bishop?
Can I suggest that it seems like we're skirting very close to an executive process? There's reasons why the officers would submit to the mayor's office while they're doing their cross-checking and have a period of time, I would imagine, where they're doing
Councillor.
And the councillor is requesting that that is foregone, and I think
I'm
that's
not, Councillor.
Well,
Excuse
it's diminished as a.
I think we
Okay, I'm just going to sum up and go to vote. You can bring it back as a change if you choose.
So you wanted, so just to clarify, Councillor Boglari, you were asking if that sentence could be removed.
And Councillor Tolty was saying we could remove that sentence if at the same time anybody in the media release, say it's you, Portfolio Chair Jason and myself, we get the media release at the same time for our quotes.
Yep.
You not only get it for your quote, but you also get it to talk about the media release.
Yes.
And then if you want to change the media release, you still can, but Jason and I can sort out our quotes to save time. But it wouldn't be three of us, actually, because we don't like three. It'd be just you and me. And I can get...
No,
all right,
or whatever
thank
it
you.
is.
I think
the divisional councillors...
What you're asking for, just to clarify, what you're asking for is to be able to see, Councillor Tolty, you'll agree to the removal of that line if you are able to see, and all councillors are able to see the press release, proposed press release at the same time as me.
No. I'm not
Point of
asking
order.
to see the press release. I'm saying that
Point
the
of
reason...
order. I don't believe that we're speaking to the item. I don't see anywhere in this item where it outlines this
just madness.
process. Is the procedure outlined in this guideline?
No, it is. It's the removal of a line.
Okay, so if I can. Officers propose...
Thank you, Councillor Tolty. Over to you.
Okay, so you just want me to sum up now, Mayor?
So if you want to clarify your point of what you're seeking to remove the line that Councillor Boglari would like to see removed.
I'm making the point that if we remove that line, under the current practice, it adds a third time frame to the time it takes to get the press release out. And that is why the officers did not want it. If those things are done simultaneously, that takes away that objection and it allows that line to be removed. That's what I'm proposing. Can I just ask a question of the officer? Can we do those three quotes simultaneously?
Thank you, Group Manager CET.
Welcome through you, Mayor. It has been practice out of a respect for the position of the Mayor that the Mayor gets the release first. So that has been our practice. So for us, it would feel odd to change that because it feels that it would be respectful for the Mayor to have the opportunity to review the release before anyone else sees it.
And that is what I was trying to highlight to you, Mayor. If they were happening at the same time, that is what might change. I was trying to make sure you were aware of the implication.
I'm aware of your point now. Thank you. So, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I
So
can sum
your
up?
point, yeah, you can sum up now. No, we're not changing it. Councillor Boglari asked for a change, but it was conditional and it's now been put to rest. Councillor Tolti, over to you to sum up.
Thank you. If I can, Mayor, I'd just like to remind councillors there were some comments about councillors, not being able to speak. As Councillor Coley noted, and it has happened many times before, if the mayor and the portfolio chair happen to be the selected spokespersons, as relationships build, I'm quite certain that it wouldn't be the first time I have said Councillor X and I think, or it wouldn't be the first time I've said, don't quote me, quote that person. Those things can still happen. For other, and it's noted in the policy, for other matters, elected representatives are free at all times to initiate their own media communications on matters relating to their opinion, rather than the council policy. Where matters relate to a person's opinion, elected representatives should indicate that these views may not necessarily reflect the council's position. And that hasn't changed, that's in the Act. The original reason for putting that section in about the following a general meeting, a person not being expected to represent the council view when they have voted against something, was to prevent that person being put in a position where they might feel hypocritical and have to speak disingenuously on something that they don't believe is the outcome that they want. So it's really there to protect the spokesperson and allow people to express their opinions as I've just outlined. So with that, I'll put the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tolti. So I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Tolti, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley. And online, Councillor Rendles?
Yes.
Thank you. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop and myself. The motion is carried. And we will now adjourn for lunch. Sorry?
I'd like to suggest that we move into confidential and we'll have a working lunch, Mayor.
Sure, save time.
Thank you.
Sorry, we're not moving into confidential. It'll be the item. Yeah, we'd have to start the item first, item 13.4. Was general consensus you'd like to keep going?
We need to declare.
Yep. So can declare, you'd have to move into, I'll have to leave the room, but you'll have to.
Can I seek a process question on that? We don't have to move the motion to go into a confidential discussion, do we?
Sorry, no.
Yeah,
I'm just saying we'd have to move, introduce the item on the agenda. So general consensus, yes, we're moving into agenda item number 13.4, Office of the Independent Assessor referral of suspected conduct breach. I have to declare a conflict of interest. So councillors, as I have a declared conflict of interest in this matter, I'll leave the room. That interest was declared at item 6 in the agenda. I believe Councillor Shane Rendles has also...
Yep, I'm about to leave. If someone texts me or calls me when we resume, that would be good.
Thank you, Councillor Rendles. I've received confirmation that will take place. So I'd now like to hand over the chairing to the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Tolti, and I shall now leave the room.
No, sorry. I'll just check in, you don't.
Thank you, councillors. Before we can make a decision on the motion that will be moved today, we need to make some confidential discussions on the attachment 2 of this item. I will in a moment ask for a mover and a seconder that the meeting moves into closed session for council to discuss attachment 2, the investigator's report of item 13.4, Office of the Independent Assessor, referral of suspected conduct breach, to discuss the content prior to open discussion. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J, 3J of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the council is satisfied that discussion on this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with an investigation report given to the local government under Chapter 5A, Part 3, Division 5 of the Act. I would also like to invite the representatives of the Queensland State Government to remain during the confidential item discussion if they would like. So on that, could
Clarification question, please. Just in what you just read, it said that we are going to close session to discuss and consider matters relating to attachment 2.
Yes.
There are subsequent other attachments. Are they also in scope for consideration in our deliberations? You didn't mention that.
There are 14 pieces of evidence, 16 actually, I think. Sorry.
So
yes.
Just seeking clarification as to scope for our discussion so that we can all be on the same page.
I believe all of the documents that have been provided to councillors can be discussed in the confidential session.
Can I have that clarified from officers, please?
So there are further, if there is further information referred to in the confidential session of council, that further information I understand is confidential. Those documents can be tabled as confidential for the accuracy of the minutes.
So my question, if I may, still stands. Are we referring to attachment 2 or are we submitting subsequent information, and at what point do we do that through proper process?
If I can ask some advice, please, do we need to table those before we go into confidential in order to discuss them?
Well, not presently, but my view is if there are documents that are going to be discussed that are confidential, we can clarify that process in the confidential session and record that in the minutes.
Thank you. So with that, can I have a mover and a seconder to move into confidential? Moved, Councillor Mackenzie, seconded Councillor Hughes. All those in favour?
I'm still concerned that we're going to be discussing things that are outside the scope.
I've heard your concern and I've asked legal advice and that's done. Councillors, can I please see a show of hands, those happy to go into confidential? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley, Councillor Rendels is no longer online, Councillor Talty. Those who are in the negative for moving into confidential, Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop. With that, we'll move into confidential. Thank you.
please, and let us know when we're back on.
Apologies, councillors. Can I have a mover and a seconder now that we come out of confidential session? Moved by Councillor Coley, seconded by Councillor Boglari. All those in favour? In favour are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley, Councillor Bishop and myself. Would somebody kindly text Councillor... Oh, sorry, not up to that bit yet. Sorry, apologies. Okay, councillors, there is a motion in front of us for item 13.4. Is it 13? Yes, 13.4. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the motion as it appears on the screen? Moved Councillor Mitchell, seconded Councillor Bishop. All those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley, Councillor Bishop and Councillor Talty. And with that, I will vacate the chair and ask you to invite the Mayor back in to continue to chair the meeting and ask that someone Oh, Councillor Rendell's is here. He's just come. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so I'm back in the room at 15:48, now 15:49. And I believe we're now moving to agenda item number 14, Advocacy, Major Projects and Economic Development. And again, there are no reports from that division for this month. 15, no reports from Community and Customer Services, and 16, no reports from Infrastructure and Operations. Agenda item number 17, notice of intention to repeal or amend. I've not been advised of any. Number 18, there are two notices of motion on the agenda. The first one is 18.1. So, Councillor Colley, over to you to move your motion.
Thank you, Chair. Since ex-tropical cyclone Alfred last month, many residents have spoken to me about their concerns around the management of trees on council.
Excuse me, Mayor, he needs a seconder before he can speak to him.
Oh, sorry. And do I have a seconder? Sorry, do I have a seconder for the motion?
I'll second it.
Councillor Rendles. Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, take two. Since ex-tropical cyclone Alfred last month, many residents have spoken to me about their concerns around the management of trees on council-owned land in our city. Redland City Council has the monumental task of managing almost 200,000 trees in our streets and in our park perimeters. Of those trees, fewer than 100 claims for damage to private property have been made against council in the wake of this event. Although this isn't a huge number of claims, there has been a huge impact on some of the residents affected. Several residents contacted me in the days leading up to the event, expressing concerns about the safety of remaining at home when Alfred was scheduled to arrive, due to nearby trees in council parks with a history of dropping limbs. After the event, I visited a residence which had a council tree come through the roof of their home, trees which had hit fences and destroyed fencing, and others at the same property which had near misses which could really have been disastrous. And there were several of those where we really were fortunate to escape without any serious injury. Our city was also subject to long power outages caused by fallen trees. And a shout out to my Sheldon and Capalaba residents who were with power for in excess of a week, some of those. Although these outages weren't necessarily caused by council trees, it highlights the importance of effective vegetation management to mitigate potential impacts on us. Rather than seeking support from my colleagues to force an immediate review of relevant policies and procedures onto council officers, I've worked with officers to ensure a future review is informed by an understanding of practices put in place by those who manage extreme weather events far more frequently than we have had to. Taking these learnings and applying them to vegetation management practices in our city will ensure we are best equipped to handle the next cyclone which may hit us, and it will ensure the community has a greater confidence in our processes. Ex-tropical cyclone Alfred may have been the first event of its kind in southeast Queensland for more than 50 years, but it's likely we won't have to wait the same amount of time before a similar event impacts our city. I would like your support for this motion today, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. Speakers against? Any questions, comments? Councillor Bishop.
Taking comments as well. I very much acknowledge and appreciate the concern in our community and the impact of ex-tropical cyclone Alfred and the very real issues and concerns relating to infrastructure and people, property and safety, especially in the event of changing weather patterns and the incident that we experience, which are more likely to occur. And I support the intent of gathering insight from other councils. I think that's very useful. And in that benchmarking process, I just want to make sure that our staff are well equipped in managing not only the threat of those concerns that are affecting the community, but also that we can have a balanced and holistic understanding of the need to manage the natural environment. Our naturally wonderful brand is dependent upon I think we need to understand the requirement for biodiversity means that the available spaces that we have, green spaces, do need to be considered in that. And so as we look toward a review, a potential future review, which is what I think you're requesting, and noting that officers are doing some internal work, I wonder if any potential future policy review can be informed not only by North Queensland councils, but also by experts in ecology, biodiversity.
Point of order, Mayor. The question is not in relation to the current motion that's in front of us. It's relating to potential policy changes in the future, which the councillor can bring his own motion for.
Well,
Can you limit your comments or a question in relation to the motion?
well, in that the motion in front of us is requesting that a report be brought back to outline learnings from other local government areas and how these learnings can be adopted into our practices. It is about our practices, and I'd like to request that we consider and support our officers working in this space, that any policy review be informed not only by those other councils, but also by experts in ecology, biodiversity and climate resilience, so that we can have a balanced response to this, acknowledging that at the moment, and for good reason, the concerns that have been raised by the community are frontmost in mind, but we also need to think about how we can balance the broader issues going forward, to think about matters to do with the other benefits and amenities afforded by our vegetation across the city. I'm just wondering if you would allow and permit that to be part of the review process.
Point of order, Mayor. Councillor has neither moved an amendment nor spoken to the item. So,
well, can I suggest an amendment that we add to the recommendation that any future policy review be informed not only by North Queensland councils, but by experts in ecology, biodiversity and climate resilience?
So just clarifying, you're seeking to move an amendment?
Yes, if that's something that would be accepted.
That amendments as per the standing orders only seek to clarify the motion. The councillor is proposing an amendment to add additional works into that, which then would change the scope of the motion.
And Councillor Colley, do you have an answer in relation to Councillor Bishop's request?
My motion quite clearly isn't about a policy change. It's about our council officers learning from North Queensland counterparts and officers who do experience these type of extreme weather events more frequently, and their learnings and applying them to the tree practices in our city. So I don't think that it's relevant directly to this motion.
I appreciate that. I thought I'd ask, and as we were going to be discussing it further, I'll carry on with that view. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Mitchell.
A question through the chair to officers. If this motion did get up, would it be inferred that that would both include obviously our mainland elements, but importantly our island elements, which aren't mentioned, but they would be inferred, and there could be some great learnings from those North Queensland residential islands as well?
Councillor, through the Mayor, happy to answer that. I mean, as generically as the notice of motion is written, it would be my presumption that we would be looking at tree management practices in general, which would be equally applicable to the islands and the mainland in our context.
Oh, thank you. Look, I'm happy to support this today because with the change in our climate, we're definitely getting more weather events than ever before, and they're increasing in their capacity to cause damage to homes and other infrastructure. Through the Mayor, maybe to Andrew Ross, recently due to a couple of incidences that happened while Alfred visited us recently, I talked to Peter Cardiff, and he said that there were beginning conversations already with our environmental teams on how to manage such weather events. And would this motion actually be supportive of that work that's already commenced?
Yeah, I believe it's aligned, definitely. We haven't brought back a report to council yet on the recovery phase, which will continue on for probably many months. As you know, during the response phase, we engage with other councils. Yeah, so definitely this aligns to work already being conducted.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Councillor Tolty.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I just thought I would thank Councillor Coley for bringing this and just note, I guess on behalf of yourself as Chair of the Disaster Management and myself in recovery, that the officers, when they had officers come down from North Queensland during Alfred, they were very interested and they learned a lot about how they manage cyclones up there, and I see this as an extension of that learning, and definitely understand that there are plans afoot for officers to look at these things, and this just definitely aligns with it, so thank you.
Councillor Rendell's online.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Councillor Colley, for bringing this motion. Just by way of question and clarification, that I'm assuming that when our officers work with their counterparts, that will automatically factor in the carryovers from their conservation practices, and they would also be built upon expert advice looking at habitat protection, particularly given, you know, a lot of those are coastal areas and similar to us adjoin marine national parks and have high value conservation and wilderness areas. The second thing that I'm anticipating that this would cover and would not be precluded by this is the work that other councils are also doing in looking at power cables within their areas and what learnings may be there for Energex in Redlands. Thank you.
Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Councillor Rendell's just raised the inquiry. I was thinking about councils. I said there seems to be a bit of confusion in council at the moment about Energex responsibilities and council's responsibility around trees. So hopefully through this process we can get some clarity, because I've often spoken about trees over power lines and I've been told it's Energex, and the resident gets back to me and says, no, they said it's council, and I don't know who's who in the zoo at the moment. So just, and Councillor Rendell's brought Energex up, so I'd like to take some learnings from them as well.
All right, as we know, this was a huge issue through ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. 48,000 homes or residences out of power, and the majority of those in relation resulted from down power lines from overhanging vegetation. It was the number one feedback I think we got throughout that process. So any investigation into how to make improvements in relation to vegetation around our local government area is obviously a very welcome one. Over to you, Councillor Colley, to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to hear what sounds like support for my motion. I have worked closely with council officers, and I do want to thank them for the great work that they did, not only during the extreme weather event last month, but really all the time, year round. They're one of the units that receive the most requests. They're always inundated with work, and they do a tremendous job looking after the requests and keeping our community safe. So this is about empowering them. It's about supporting them to deliver what they need to deliver for our city. Thank you.
Yeah, well said. So now put the motion. Councillors Golay, Mitchell, Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop, myself. Shane Reynolds online indication.
Yes.
Carried unanimous. All right, we now move to notice of motion 18.2. Councillor Bishop over to you for your motion, but firstly, do I have a seconder? Councillor Boglari, thank you. Councillor Bishop, over to you.
Thank you. I'd just like to move the motion as follows. To acknowledge the Birkdale Community Precinct is a site of special community interest containing recognised cultural, environmental and heritage values, and note a degree of community discussion regarding elements to do with planning, financial viability and long-term stewardship of the site. 2, to request a report be brought to a future general meeting by July 2025, subject to the final investment decision on the Redland Whitewater Centre by both state and federal governments, providing clarity and assurance on the following matters. A, project delivery. Identify which elements of the Birkdale Community Precinct Master Plan are currently proposed for funding and delivery in the lead up to the Brisbane 2032 Games, including scope, timing and budget sources, including details on partner involvement. B, financial modelling and legacy planning. Provide a transparent explanation on how proposed works, particularly the proposed Whitewater Rafting Centre and potential lagoon, are underpinned by sound financial modelling, intergenerational planning and fiscal preparedness, with a breakdown on costs to council and community, as well as clarity on proposed delivery partner arrangements during construction, pre-2032 and in post-2032 legacy mode. C, cultural, environmental and heritage management. Clarify how Council will ensure that site works affecting environmental, cultural or heritage values are informed by current studies, guided by subject matter experts and consistent with best practice land stewardship principles, including an update on the status of the Federal Conservation Agreement and EPBC assessment process. D, consultation and design. Demonstrate the degree to which meaningful community consultation will inform site planning and outline the proposed process by which future project prioritisation, site activation and community education that is consistent with the Birkdale Community Precinct Master Plan will be designed in partnership with relevant stakeholders, experts and communities of interest ahead of 2032.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speakers against?
I'd like to speak to the motion. That's the motion itself.
Sorry, jumped ahead of myself.
That's all right.
Councillor Bishop.
Thank you. Colleagues, this motion that we have before us today has a simple aim, and it's just to reaffirm our shared commitment to good governance, transparency and long-term planning, values that I believe we all stand by as representatives of our community. It's about ensuring that we are collectively informed, that we're clear on the process and aligned in stewardship for one of the most unique and significant sites in Redland City. The community has a strong desire to see Council continue to honour the values within this property as we plan for the future together. It's simply a request for cohesion and clarification. There are a lot of moving parts involved with this property, and by pulling things together in a single report that clarifies our intentions helps us all to be clear about what is proposed. Moving through the issues raised in the motion, the first is in recognising the site's importance. We know that this is a significant national site. Since we've purchased the property, the Willards Farm has been State Heritage listed, the World War II Receiving Station has been State Heritage listed, and there's also been an announcement about the Brisbane 2032 Games. So when the world turns its eyes to 2032 and the Americans return for the first time since World War II, it's a good time for us to celebrate this place where culture, history and country are respected and shared. With regards to project delivery, I think it's important that we're clear on what is currently planned for delivery ahead of the Games, what is funded, who's responsible, and how does it align with the broader vision for the precinct. The master plan is large in scope. Many elements are yet to be designed in detail and funded. So clarity on what we've already agreed supports our governance oversight, while transparent communication with partners and stakeholders will simply keep us on the right track. In regard to 2B, financial modelling and legacy planning, this is about fiscal responsibility. They're major investments we're talking about, and we're entering in a complex economic climate. A clear breakdown of costs, funding sources and legacy responsibilities is reasonable based on what we know. We need to define what the financial picture looks like now through to 2023, 2032 and beyond. It'll help us to manage expectations and budget estimates going forward. In terms of cultural, environmental and heritage stewardship, it's important that work on the site is consistent with our existing conservation agreements, managing matters of national, state and local significance, and also in line with our EPBC processes. This isn't about adding red tape, it's about integrity, reputation and our committed long-term stewardship of the site. These aren't just assets, they're inherent legacies that we owe to future generations. With regards to clarity on consultation and co-design, meaningful consultation is important to the future success of the site. More than a principle, it's our obligation under the Local Government Act to ensure democratic representation, social inclusion and meaningful community engagement. I suggest that we need some plain speaking so that we can be clear about how do we plan to activate this site in accordance with public expectations. This Jacob report, which forms part of the local government infrastructure designation, goes into great depth to say how meaningful consultation has been taken place in the past, but going forward I think we need to be clear in order to avoid potential political consternation that we uphold the local government principle, and let's be clear and direct regarding how much we intend to consult. Let's state what we mean and mean what we state. It's basic stuff. How meaningfully will we listen to our community? Experts say that openly managing public expectation is an increasingly critical component of good governance. When we design in partnership with key stakeholders like First Nations group, environmental experts, local community partners and networks, we create better outcomes, we build public trust and open doors to future funding and innovation. There are many positive and proactive members of our community who want to help shape this place and bring it to life in future. But they need our assistance, and there are, at the moment, no processes available to assist with consultation and assisting these people who will help us to create new future funding projects. And proper consultation will save time, reduce risk, increase public benefit and increase social cohesion. In summary, councillors, the motion is about wise planning. It's about strategic intent and good governance. It calls for a consolidated report on work that officers are already currently working on. It's not a new project, it's not a change in direction, it's just seeking clarity, delivered in a timeframe that supports informed planning and collaboration ahead of 2032 and beyond. Supporting this motion sends a clear message. We are listening as council, we are leading responsibly, and we are planning wisely for the future of Redlands and its people. And we're committed to a legacy that will make us all proud. I respectfully ask for your support with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speakers against? Councillor Tolty.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Councillor Bishop's very passionate about this, and I'm glad he's on board with the project moving forward. I believe that there are elements in this that Councillor Bishop has had feedback from departments about that cannot be delivered, and certainly cannot be delivered by the 25th of July, is it? June, July? So on that basis, I'd like to move an amendment to the motion, please, Mayor. I have sent the amendment through to the CR team, if they could put that up.
Can we seek clarity on the suggestion about timing? I have
Councillor, I have the floor at the moment.
Haven't received an amendment?
The girls have it.
They've just provided advice that they don't have it yet.
I sent it to the CRM address. Okay, I will send it again. Apologies, I had believed it was in train.
While that's happening, Councillor Bishop, did you have something that you wanted to clarify?
I'm very grateful to councillors for feedback, much of which has been integrated, and so too feedback from officers. And I have been led to believe, and I would like to check, that the time frame proposed I was led to believe, and through the chair, if I could check with the relevant officer on timing. That's the first question. And the second question is, I don't believe that this report is asking for anything apart from information that council can provide.
Thank you. Who could provide an answer to Councillor Bishop's question?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mayor. So to answer the first question, the discussion that we had, Councillor, outlined that at the moment we are in a bit of an unknown timeframe. The final investment decision is still pending state and federal government sign-off. Whilst we have strong indication from the Queensland government via the 100-day review that they will support that, there's still some bureaucratic or mechanical steps in there. We are stuck behind a federal election just now. So the advice I had given you is that we thought that you would have a decision on the investment by June or July. I guess if the question that the Deputy Mayor is asking is, could we then have time between getting that decision and providing this material to you by July? I guess that's a different question because there is quite a lot of work here for us to do. It isn't, it would be new work for us to do. There's a lot of things in here that we have elements of, but we certainly don't have that work concisely put together as you've asked for it. The other point, I think, so just your second point was around, is new work. What we have made it clear, and again, whether it's a popular response or not, is that some of what you've asked for, particularly in point B, the financial modelling, is work that we won't be able to share publicly. You are aware of that, Council. I communicated that, and councillors would know we have a confidentiality agreement. We're bound to share and not share the full financial modelling and the inputs to it. I know that your specific request here, which is, as we discussed, provide a transparent explanation. We are able to provide an explanation of the broad inputs, the parameters and the work that council officers have done to assure ourselves and then assure you all of the financial sustainability of this venue. So we're absolutely comfortable that we can write a narrative explanation of the extensive work that we've done all around the world and all of the people we've spoken to assure ourselves. But for absolute clarity for yourself and then any residents listening online, we are not going to be able in this report to provide you, line by line operational feasibility study that points to how much this venue will cost to run, how much we're going to make, and that is just not material that we're able under our confidentiality deeds. But we can provide, narrative around it, but not the specifics of it.
So if I can continue now, Mayor, is that all right?
Yes, continue.
Thank you. So the amendment that I am proposing is essentially the same and covers the same ground that Councillor Bishop has requested, but each of the points has been clarified, and I am aware that all of those things will be able to be provided in due course in line with this motion as it stands now. So I'm proposing this as an amendment to Councillor Bishop's motion to make it both palatable and deliverable. I do need a seconder for that amendment.
Seconded by Councillor Hughes.
Doesn't it just have to go through the person who moved the motion and the second?
Actually, we'll just, sorry, before we do that, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Bishop, do you want to accept that amendment?
Look, I appreciate where Councillor Tulty is going with this, but I think she's going to a place where she's misinterpreting my intent in asking the information that I've requested from officers, which is to provide as much information as they can. Obviously, the intent of my motion is to request as much information as is possible within a time frame that is possible. So I think this is assuming that that cannot be done, and I actually do believe that...
Councillor only needs to accept or not accept it.
Thank you, Councillor Tolley, for your comment. So was that that's a yes or a no? Sorry, Councillor Bishop.
I would prefer to allow my motion to stand and for that to be considered and debated before we move to this alternative motion.
So if I could speak to the amendment, Mayor?
Well,
All right. So I'm just clarifying that you're bringing an amendment to the motion under 7.4.1, seeking to further clarify the intent.
It's exactly the same intent, so there's no variation of intent.
All right, so that, I believe, sorry, was there an indication of who seconded that motion? Councillor Hughes? So for this process, you're actually voting on the changed, the amendment. Councillor Talty?
Thank you, Mayor. And I look forward to all of these things being delivered over time and as can be delivered, and I have no doubt that the officers will do all of those things that the councillor has suggested. It is a little bit upsetting for them because by seeking to put this motion, there is an element in that suggests that plain speaking, proper consultation, integrity and stewardship would not otherwise happen, and I have complete faith that that will happen. And I look forward to Councillor Bishop as our new portfolio chair in culture and heritage to be able to talk about all of these matters as the project develops and as it's delivered, and to have an opportunity to progress all of those things. But I did send this through on Friday to all the councillors, so it's not, none of it's new information. This is what I understand can be delivered within the context, and doesn't set up any false expectations for the community about what can be provided. So on that, I would like to put the amendment to councillors, please.
All right, those in favour?
Are we accepting the amendment or are we voting to...
You vote. You can.
You're voting.
Accept the amendment, not the whole motion.
Yeah.
Those in favour?
Sorry, I'm not clear what we're voting on.
Councillor Rendles, this is voting to accept the amendment. Not the actual, not the full motion, the amendment that's just been made by Councillor Talty.
Is that clear?
Yep, that's clear.
Okay, thank you. Those in favour? Those in favour?
Aye.
So this is to accept the amendment that's on the screen now in yellow. Those in favour, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golley, Councillor Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes and Colley. Councillor Rendles online?
Yes.
That's an affirmative. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop and myself. The motion's carried. So now we have the motion in front of us. So back to, so it was moved by Councillor Talty. Should we have a second? No, we didn't have a second. So we're back to second. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Talty, do you want to speak to this one again, or you've just spoken?
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Speakers against? Councillor Bishop.
Thank you. And Councillor Talty, I do appreciate your having some words in regard to this. There are a number of matters that are not included here, including the language of this place being of special community interest. This is a site that is of incredible importance to our community.
Mayor, could we just see?
Have we got a point of order, or am I allowed to speak?
Sorry, actually, I'm just going to seek a point myself.
Can you just scroll the screen down so we can see point 1, because I think it speaks to what Councillor.
I'm trying to do it like that. Yeah.
All right.
The whole motion.
Yeah, that's the whole motion on the screen. Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you.
Bishop.
Thank you. I appreciate that that's there. And the reason that that is so important, and that down to dot point 4 around consultation and co-design, Yes, there was a huge amount of consultation that took place during the Imagine phase during March to May of 2021. During that very meaningful consultation, which had overwhelming support from our community, we witnessed the most incredible engagement, connection, participation and community sentiment and a desire to actively participate in the future planning and design of this area. During that time, I did not support the decision to commence delivery partner agreements because I thought that we were out to consultation genuinely listening to the will of our community and that was not the right time to make that decision. Now, that's been interpreted by some of you as being a political decision. If it was anything, it was a sign of support for our community. Going forward, there is a desire, because of these special community interests, for matters to be dealt with not just in a inform and consult phase, but we need to be much more participative with our residents and allow processes that encourage consultation. I understand there is some work taking place with officers that can help further that, but where we're at in terms of the Local Government Infrastructure Declaration and the Jacobs Report suggests that once we start the LGID process and once the formative works take place, there will not be further discussions of a meaningful manner with our community about the progressing of sequencing of which elements will be designed and delivered, the capacity to which they can support and enable, and I think co-design and some encouraging signs for community participation is lacking in this. We need to identify under point C that the oversight of subject matter experts is critical on the site. We have had heritage studies done on both Willard's and the World War II site, but I want to make sure that the values on the site are preserved and overseen at each stage by the subject matter experts, which may or may not currently be the case. I know that the studies have been done, but we need to make sure that those values are protected in perpetuity. One of the other things that legacy planning, point B, was looking to do is to make sure that our long-term strategic fiscal preparedness for not just the decisions that have been currently made, but going forward, is that we are able to make sure that we are clear with our community about what the costs are likely to be for decisions relating to the site. The community are very interested, they're active, and their voice is something that I think consultation is going to be critical, that we make sure that we continue to let them know we are listening. And to me, this option that has been proposed does not go as far as it should. And I would like to encourage us to go further with the community to participatively involve stakeholders, subject matter experts and members of the community who, many of whom want to support and help advance the education, the learning, the celebration, recreation and opportunities to activate the site. We should lean into that and design pathways and processes that support that going forward. I'll yield and allow others to speak with regards to the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. For Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor, and the intent of Councillor Bishop's speech I don't disagree with, but nowhere in that was any substantiated gaps, and the future of all those things is before us with the amendment in place. The mention of the portfolios before, I mean, I was just thinking about heritage, environment, economic development, planning, Mozzies even, a few out there, finance, roads and transport, and through all of us with the budget. So I think internally there's going to be enormous engagement, and externally that will remain. I appreciate that Councillor Bishop had given some chance for comment on this before it came to us, and there were some elements taken on board, but it just didn't quite go far enough. and it was left open. It was too wordy. It was an overreach. Wasn't concise and broad. But I think through that further engagement that we've now had, the intent of what you wanted is going to be brought through. So I think it's here, and that's why I'll be supporting this amendment today. But I certainly acknowledge your position, but I believe everything that you have spoken about, Councillor Bishop, has been refined and enhanced and is now deliverable through to the community, whereas before it was not. So thank you.
Speakers against? Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Mayor. I honestly believe what Councillor Bishop, when put forward, should be applauded. I mean, he's one of those people that are extremely involved in community consultation. This project has become a battlefield on social media. As you see, there's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of issues that people still aren't aware of. People are misquoting stuff. There's just no concise information out there that are satisfying what these people are asking. And I think we really need to do, maybe there should be a portfolio just for the Birkdale precinct, because it's really an important part of Redland's history that we're about to delve into. And I think the amount of communication and the amount of information we can give the community, whatever format that looks like, is extremely important. If you want to take them on the ride with us, I didn't vote for this, but now that it's a given, I'm going to support as much information going to the community as I can. But I think we haven't targeted that concise document that basically says these things that Councillor Bishop is asking for, which again I applaud you for, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hewlett. Speaker 4. So, questions? Councillor Colley first, and then we'll come to comments.
Thank you, Chair. Question for a council officer. In 2.c here, the original motion presented by Councillor Bishop referred to subject matter experts and consistent with best practice. I may be making an assumption here, but I assume that would all play out in the natural process anyway, without having to be specified on its own. Can you provide some direction for that, please?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. Look, I'd probably agree with that statement. It is best practice would probably a broad description to say that you would involve subject matter experts and do things that is best practice. And I would, I guess, to echo the comments from the Deputy Mayor, and just for absolute clarity, it is absolutely what we as staff are doing on the site and have done since we purchased the site in 2019. Everything that is done on site is done both to best practice but under the guidance of absolute subject matter experts. To Councillor Bishop's commentary there around cultural heritage and heritage matters, we have supervising heritage architects and supervising archaeologists who oversee every piece of work on the site, and councillors know that. So it is, we know that we are absolutely doing over and above on this project. It relates to everything of how we do best practice, and that's true for our ecological and our partnerships. You know, this is one of the sites where we have Griffith University, Sunshine Coast University doing nationally leading, globally leading research excellence from koalas. So we're absolutely doing probably far exceeding best practice. In fact, we're doing global excellence on some of these subject matters. So very confident that we can absolutely uphold the request in that motion there.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Boglari?
Oh, just a comment. This is another one that's been going on ever since I got in, and the community have been hot on our tails the whole time. They want to be part of this land. It means a lot to them for many, many reasons. And the stories about the goat lady were things like that. It touched people's hearts. And I think that's why the community is so passionate about what is going to happen here. And I thank Councillor Bishop, sorry, I keep wanting to call you Paul, Councillor Bishop for bringing it, the motion, and I'll support this motion, but in my opinion, it doesn't actually encompass everything that the original motion did, especially around the finances. And this is something that the community is asking for. It's not just a couple of dollars that we're talking about here. It's big money, and there is a legacy going forward, not just with what we're going to end up with, but also the cost. So I don't believe point B is exactly to that, but I will support it because of the value of this area. Any information and certainty that we can give to the community, I think they'll be appreciative of. And honestly, the only way to go forward with any project, but especially this one that brings out the passion in people due to that history, is to have the community on board with us at every opportunity. And that's all they're asking for. Like I said, I'll support this toned down motion, but I would have preferred if Councillor Bishops had got up today.
Thank you. Just before summing up, I also believe this is a watered down version of the previous motion. I commend Councillor Bishop for raising the issues that are still here present. I would have liked to have seen more depth in relation to the points that we now have before us, particularly around the financial aspects of the project
Order, Madam Mayor.
as whole.
We're not debating the amendment, we're debating the motion.
So
it's not.
I'm not debating that. I'm making a comment. So in summary, I would have preferred to see more depth, as I said. And thank you again, Councillor Bishop, for raising this. All right, I now hand back to Councillor Talty now to sum up.
That's right, Madam Mayor. I think we've had enough today. I'm happy to put it to the vote.
Thank you. We'll now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop, myself. Councillor Rendell's online.
Yes.
It's carried unanimously. Right, we now move to agenda item number 19, which is urgent business. Councillor Rendels, would you like to move? Sorry, you've got an urgent item of business to move. Do I have a seconder? Sorry, do checklist?
Move the motion that it is urgent based on the checklist.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right. So, Councillor Rendels, would you like to move that this item is urgent business?
Yes, I would, thank you. This item relates to council assessing the option of a temporary lease for a sawmill on Russell Island. I believe it is an urgent matter because we're currently in the recovery process. We don't have a lot of time to make a decision. Currently, very millable logs, many of which are, not rare, but they're uncommon hardwoods that are suitable for fencing, and a variety of other uses are being cut up into 300, 500 metre lengths to be shredded.
Thank you.
So that's why it can't wait till the next council meeting.
Rendels, just before you speak to the item, can I have a seconder?
We've got to get a seconder.
Just seeking clarity.
Yeah, so just get a seconder and then we're going to...
All right, so I'm just being told I get a seconder and then we move through the checklist. So seconded by Councillor Mitchell.
Now we can speak. Now we can look at the checklist.
Yeah. So now we can move through the checklist.
To determine if it's urgent.
Okay, so I'm just reading the urgent. I haven't moved through this before. To achieve an outcome, does this matter have to be dealt with at a general meeting of council? Am I seeking?
Yes.
So I'll ask you to reply, Councillor Rendels.
Yes, I do believe it requires a general meeting of council because one of the perennial problems with the islands is that they are a pretty much small country town sitting on the side of a major metropolitan city, and that the matter, though it has been raised numerous times, or issues in terms of engaging with the local community, it's something that gets lost when we're looking at it citywide. That we're in the middle of the recovery process, so unless we do something soon, all these timbers are going to be cut up to just be taken off island and burnt, incurring the cost council. So that's why I think we need to act now. Does it require a decision by council? Again, I would argue yes. My discussions with businesses on the islands is that we haven't been proactive as much as we could in engaging with them. For example, I've spoken.
Thank you, Councillor Rendles. I'll just, before on that first point, I had some hands raised. Councillor.
No, my question was simply, if we go to the second last one, can the matter be dealt with administratively? That's my question to officers to see if there is a way.
Mayor, the councillor normally would have an opportunity to answer all of these first.
Okay. All right. So, yes to point 1. Sorry, Councillor Mackenzie. Sorry, Councillor Rendles. Yes to point 2.
Yes, that with point 2, I'd note that the council hasn't acted to date, and there are a number of examples of that failure to act. For example, I had also considered arguing for a consideration of using our major logistic providers on the island to provide backload capacity for green waste off the island. That is not quite as urgent, so I'm happy to leave that for administrative purposes. Can it wait to be placed on the agenda for the next council meeting? I don't think so, because we're then looking at another 4 weeks and we both have the timber piling up and it's also not being chopped up. Is it in the public interest to raise it? Again, I believe so. And, you know, drawing on the earlier comments by Councillor Bishop and Councillor Baglari in relation to public interest, the issue of recycling and cost efficiency and value for our ratepayer dollar is certainly a high priority on Southern Moreton Bay Islands. Can it be dealt with administratively? Components in terms of other areas, as I've indicated, yes, but this one probably no. I think it needs a little bit of a push. And does it request for information? The motion itself is asking council officers to go out and look at this and either make a decision to act or come back with advice on why they can't act.
Through to you, Mayor. I don't believe that it has to meet all of those. It's just up to councillors to make a decision if we accept it as urgent. It's just a checklist.
Based on that, can we have, I guess, a vote on whether that's accepted as an urgent item of business? Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley. You ask that in a minute? Yep. All right. And Councillor Rendles?
Yes.
Those against? Yeah. So, Councillor Bishop, did you give an indication?
I did give an indication. I voted in support, but I have a question to see if it can be dealt with administratively.
My apologies, Chair. Just wanted to confirm we need to finalise that last vote.
Just take that vote again. Those for it being an urgent item of business: Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Mackenzie, Tolte, Hughes, Colley, Bishop. Councillor Rendles indicated previously as well.
Yes.
And myself. Those against? Councillor Baglari. The motion's carried. It's an item of urgent business. You'll see there the motion is now up on the screen.
Okay, I move. Sorry, I'm not in the meeting, so is it the right time now?
Yes,
yep.
That's correct.
That I move that council assesses the option of a temporary lease of land possibly 500 to 1,000 square metres, located behind the Russell Island Waste Transfer Station on Davidson Road, Russell Island, for negotiations with a suitably qualified and insured business to provide a cost-effective option, thus reducing cost to council for the installation and operation of a mobile sawmill or sawmills.
Thank you, Councillor Rendles. Seconder was the same. Sorry, who was that? Councillor Mitchell. Yep, thank you. So did you want to speak further on that, Councillor Rendles?
Yes, I'd like to speak briefly to the motion, and it's summarised in the background paper. This motion was forwarded to all councillors prior to this meeting. For those not familiar with it, the site is located behind the existing waste transfer station, and then there are three distinct areas on different levels with road access to each, and they're currently used for green waste. It's piling up, there's mountains of it there, and prior to now it was being used for stockpiles and so forth. While the disposal of timber, root balls and green waste is an ongoing issue on the islands, it has become much more pronounced in the wake of Tropical Cyclone Alfred. The volume of waste is enormous. The waste transfer stations are at or approaching capacity, and there are major logistical barriers to its removal, including cost and barge availability. I've summarised some options in correspondence to council officers on some potential approaches that will be dealt with administratively. This issue is not just Redlands, but also the adjoining cities impacted by the cyclone. So it's not just getting the waste off the island, it's where do we get it to once we've done that. The sawmills in itself will not solve the whole challenge, but will reduce the volume and cost of waste removal of the islands by council. I'm asking for an assessment of the option and a trial, if it can proceed, that will allow an assessment of capacity to extend the opportunity into the future, particularly given on Russell Island, given the scale of development and generation of green waste as more blocks are cleared and made ready for residential use. The option shifts what is identified as a cost to council into an opportunity for local businesses, generating employment and boosting the local economy. The capacity of the Bay Island businesses to step up and provide civil and tree management services was demonstrated in the preparation and immediate wake of TC Alfred. We've talked about this in previous meetings and workshop. While the focus of this motion is on SIMBI, components may also be suitable for consideration in relation to green waste management on the mainland. There are several mobile sawmills on the islands, primarily for processing timber for personal consumption as per the regulations. There is interest in increasing the scale of operation on an approved site. It's the lack of heavy industrial land or industrial lands on the islands that is a major constraint to this and other areas of development. This would result in larger trees, including many hardwoods, being cut into slabs, posts, beams and balings for local consumption. The mobile sawmills have a capacity to process timber up to 6 metres in length. It would locally process a component of the green waste at no cost to council. It would generate short-term employment opportunities on the islands, contributing to the local economy and the financial sustainability of the islands. It would provide, and this is probably one of the most important things, provide a more environmentally friendly solution to the current process of cut up, transfer and burn. And the noise problems is mitigated by the proposed location. I've sought advice from council, and they have advised that the NOM itself looks like previous lease proposals in 2020, and how we've also previously considered the disposal of surplus land. So it's not something new that's being proposed. So at that point, I would finish moving the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Rendell. Speakers against? Questions? Sorry, Councillor Bishop, you asked first.
Yes, I did have a question before. Is there an administrative process that can support this? I do have a few questions for officers. they would start with what are the officers' concerns, and I'd like to hear from them in terms of the potential impacts that they're aware of that could result. I think it's a very innovative, I won't speak to it, I'll just ask these questions. What might be some of the impacts or concerns for officers that we should be mindful of as councillors making this decision?
Point of order. That we're not, that the motion is not that there should be a lease. The motion is that council assesses the options of a temporary lease, and the issues that Councillor Bishop are raising would be considered in that process of assessment.
Okay, thank you. Then that's a good clarification. Can I just check, are you expecting this to come back as a report to us, or what will come back to council? The motion is clear in terms of, but
I would expect one of two things would happen. Either the officers will look at it and they'll look at it in an expeditious way and come back and say, no, we can't do it. What I would be expecting is, if it could be done, ideally it would be done as a administrative process without requiring to come back to council, because there's no component of this option that says we should provide the land for free, or we should provide it to a particular party, or we should waive any considerations in terms of environmental issues. So I would expect that the council officers, if it did look viable, may well elect to deal with it administratively.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's why I was asking if it could be dealt with administratively, which sounds like what you're seeking to do. So, yes, do we need further clarity for officers of what should come back and in what time frame? But are officers clear on the motion? That's a question to officers. What's required of them to bring back?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. I'm certainly clear as to what's asked there. I don't disagree that if there was some indication of timeframes that would help us. Obviously, we'll always do everything expeditiously, but the same advice that I gave Councillor Colley in relation to his notice of motion earlier is that the brutal reality is, to perform this work and to assess these things, we'll have to take people off clean-up duties or other tasks. We don't have staff who could naturally pick this up. So there will be a time and consequence issue to performing this in a super fast time frame, which I think is the expectation, given it's been brought as an urgent business motion. So it is clear we can work it as quickly as we can, but it will come. Either we'll have to take people off clean-up tasks or divert them from other tasks, because we have obviously everybody, as we've said at a lot of time, particularly the city ops team, are working about 130% at the moment in terms of overtime and capacity, so they are absolutely full. Thank you.
Very much appreciate that. I'll leave others to ask questions at this stage.
Thank you. Councillor Tulsi.
Oh, thank you, and appreciate the matter as it's raised there seeks to have a temporary lease, because I believe because it is seeking to deal with the waste from tropical cyclone Alfred, and to help reduce the quantity of waste that will have to be chipped and removed from the islands. I guess my question is, and I think Councillor Rendels has brought this because we are still in recovery phase and we are still trying to deal with that massive amount of waste. I think what he's seeking is, whilst appreciating that to have a permanent sawmill or put something out to tender would trigger a whole lot of requirements, and that would be a very big task. I think what he's seeking is to say, we've got this massive amount of green waste sitting there, and if someone from the community can take a lease, can we get them to have a safe lease area through our normal leasing staff, and then just let them take it? So is that something we can actually do, or we don't know? We're going to assess it.
Well, again, Thank you, Councillor. And through the Mayor, I mean, the notice of motion says to assess it. I mean, of course, we could do a lease that may be unnecessary, could be a licence to occupy. There might be other ways to do it. The things that we would need to assess, as it says there, will be operational implications. So as the councillor did mention, is that we actually do use that for stockpiling goods. It is used ordinarily by other parts of the organisation, so that would potentially preclude some of our other business areas from using that ongoing basis. More critically for me, my concern would be just workplace health safety. We continue to use these sites. We have truck movements coming in and out, and how we would safely manage private contractors working in and amongst greenways, tree piles, picking out the good timber, discarding the, it is a mountain of timber. To find kind of the good little pieces within the, pile of sticks there would concern us about how we can do that safely. I absolutely understand the intent of what Councillor Rendels is asking for and support the environmental and the local aspirations of that, but practically and how we can do that safely always comes first for us, and we'd have to work through some issues with that.
Okay. In my discussions with Councillor Rendels about his intent for this, I think he's just, and I just don't want to speak for him, he did say, as it's only to assess it, if it's something that's too difficult within council's workplace health and safety, etc., then to come back and just explain that, I think, to him is all he's seeking, but he can clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Chris. Can you just clarify why you would need to take someone off clean-up tasks to do this assessment? Because for me, in my brain, I'm thinking leases, which is like strategic property, which I don't. My understanding is like Rod Baxter's not out cleaning up trees. So can you please help me understand why would we need to take someone off the clean-up task to do this assessment?
No problem.
Thanks.
So in my brief description would be this is part of our waste transfer centre site, so it's part of an active licensed precinct. So it's not just about pursuing a lease or a licence, through a desk-based process. We have people on site. We'd need to develop safety management plans and how that interfaces with our work staff today. We'd have to work out how that interfaces with our PDG team who access that site today. Likely that you need some infrastructure. So I think there's a way you could do it. So the answer will be, of course, there's a way we can do this, but whether it is then acceptable with all of the requirements that would need to be put for the community to then take that on. But we would need to spend some time and staff to work our way through, because it's not just a lease or a licence. There's a lot of safety implications, operational aspects. We do use these sites on a day-to-day basis. And we are still getting rid of the green waste. So at the moment, we aren't just sitting there leaving the waste there. We are actively removing it. And councillors, we probably haven't a chance to update you, but somewhat of the beauty of the school holidays is that we have significantly extra barge capacity available to us at the moment. So there will be tens of tonnes that will come off the islands in the next couple of weeks, or it probably has come off. So those volumes are significantly reducing, and we have plans in place to reduce them. And at the moment, whilst there is a direct cost to council up front, this is all money we will be getting back from the QRA. So it's not a direct cost to council for the cyclone tree waste. Yeah.
Councillor Vaglari.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a couple of questions, which is why I didn't vote for the urgency, but I do understand Councillor Rendel's intent, and yep, recycling and everything, I'm there with you. I'm concerned because we've actually identified the land, and we don't usually do that. If we're doing a lease or something, we usually keep that confidential while we're talking about it. But is this our land, and you were just saying we're going to actually lease it out to a private person?
No, thank you. Thank you.
That was through the chair to the officer, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were asking the person in information.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor, through the Mayor. I mean, I think that's the Council's intent. The reality is the big pile of cyclone green waste is sitting on a council-owned land as part of our waste transfer.
It's at that location, is it?
Yeah.
Right.
So it wouldn't make sense to lease somebody a different parcel of land that's not proximate to the trees that they're trying to salvage. Yeah.
Right, okay. And then I was also concerned about any financial implications or resourcing implications, to do with budgeting for it.
Yeah, so I think, as I've said, to do the assessment will take a little bit of staff time for us to do, particularly if there's a desire to do it really urgently, as per kind of the intent of an urgent. In the long term, we would presume that we would be offering this on commercial terms as a lease, and there would be other commercial implications that would recoup any kind of staff or costs incurred by council, I presume, but I wouldn't necessarily presume that to be a decision of you in the future. You may not want to do that, but yeah.
I think there's probably enough in this to actually come back as a briefing note or something to all councillors as well. Just my comment.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I note that the GM talked a bit about resourcing, but also the councillor who's brought the motion talked about this needing some urgency. So if the intent is, if the assessment, which is going to take some resourcing, proves that it can't be done, that we will fail. If we're going to fail, we fail fast, so that the resources are minimal. And is that maybe a question through the Mayor to Councillor Rendell's, that is his intent, that if it is a fail, he'll accept that it's a fail fast.
Councillor Rendell, do you want to answer that question? Councillor Rendell, do you want to answer that question?
Yep. Thank you for that. And I guess in this situation, I have the advantage of knowing the islands really well. The site in question, and I visit it regularly, and I was there only a few days ago. The site in question.
So, Councillor, through the Mayor, with respect, the question was, would you just accept if the assessment came back pretty clearly that it wasn't suitable, you would accept that as a fail fast option, just to minimise the resources?
Of course, clarifying that we're looking at what the assessment for is a temporary utilisation to recover cyclone waste. Further down the track, if we decide to go there, it's a whole different issue about longer term leases.
Right, thank you. I just have a couple of questions too. Councillor Rendles, did you say you'd spoken to staff regarding this issue?
No, I didn't say I've spoken to staff. I'm saying I know the area well.
Oh, okay. No, I'm clarifying before you brought the urgent notice. Had you spoken to...
I spoke to council officers, yes. That I sent a draft to council officers to look at and got advice back from Chris, which I used to amend what is before you, and also from legals in terms of, is this something entirely new, or is something that we should be able to action quickly if that's the decision of officers?
And do you know who owns the land, the 5 to 1,000 square metres?
Yes, there's on the islands, there is no industrial land on Lamb or Carragara. The only two areas of industrial land one's on Russell and one's on Macleay, that would be suitable for this sort of activity are adjacent. On Russell, it's the waste transfer station. Macleay, it's Kate Street.
Thank you.
The waste transfer station is not currently used for stockpiles. The stockpiles of materials, gravel, roads, that is in a compound further down.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds. It's okay. I just wanted to know if you knew the owner. That's all right. Thank you. I'll save some time. It's council land? Yep. Okay, thanks. I missed that bit before. Thank you. So, Councillor Mitchell, I think Councillor Tolte, you had your hand up? Answered. Councillor Colley?
Yeah, question through you to the General Manager. My understanding of this is that the green waste, which is currently stockpiled on the site, may be treated through the mobile sawmill. If that were to be the case, would that compromise our ability to recover funds through the QRA?
Oh, good question. Yeah, thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. That's exactly a matter that we would need to work our way through The other aspect to that, which is certainly something I know we've chatted loosely with the General Counsel about, is ironically these would probably be deemed to be a council asset, and we would be disposing of those assets by giving someone access to them to cut them up. So we would need some rigour and process around a disposal of an asset, even if they are things that we are essentially mulching, getting rid of, but they are nonetheless essentially council assets. So there's a few kind of legally questions there that we absolutely would want to run to ground. Another great example of the type of work we would need to put into to assess this. It's not, nothing unfortunately is ever simple in local government land, as we...
So can, as a follow-up to that, are you comfortable that that can be determined in the assessment that Councillor Rendles is asking for?
Yeah, in terms of your first question, very comfortable that we could put that question to the Queensland Reconstruction Authority and we could get a very quick answer. I think we would be fine because it's sort of costs that we have not, it's just costs we are foregoing almost and having to dispose of, so they're not going to, I wouldn't imagine that they would have a concern with that, but we would certainly want to run that to ground for clarity, yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else had their hand up? Councillor Hewlett, I think, was first. Sorry, before.
Just a question through you, Madam Mayor, to the Chris. I'm just getting the feeling that this assessment, I believe that Councillor Rendell's motion has a lot of merit, and I just think this assessment at this time is a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to something that's available now, and I think the assessment is going to hold up, as Chris pointed out, the current collection of waste and sorting out this whole issue with, I've got a lot of trees in my division that still haven't been picked up yet. I'm getting complaints every day. I don't want to delay that process any further, but I would fully support something in the future that's fully assessed properly, assessed by officers after this whole Alfred thing is sorted out, because I think in the current throes at 130% capacity at the moment, I don't think officers have got the time to do this. And I mean, you can comment, Chris, but I just think it's the wrong time to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Mayor. I mean, we're obviously always here to do whatever the Chamber asks, but it is certainly, the team are under a lot of pressure. By way of an example, that team is meeting right now at 4 o'clock to talk through some ideas that Council put to them, and 3 of them have had to not attend because they've got urgent matters that have come up with, trees down or other things. So we're constantly having more trees falling, as we know, taking out power lines on a daily basis. So the incident is by no means over. So they are under a lot of work, but we're here to do whatever the Chamber desires.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari.
I agree with what Councillor Hewlett said, and I also agree with what lots of other people have said. I just feel this is being rushed and it's putting pressure on our staff, and I'm concerned that it's actually quite a lot involved in it. There's more than just having it, done and then out there. So I was wondering if, through you to Councillor Rendell's, would you consider, with it coming back to a motion back to council when Chris has done the work?
It's the opposite to may I respond to that, Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Rendles.
I think there is, again, coming back to what I've identified before, that there's space there at the moment, that the green waste that's piled up primarily consists in one area of root balls and the other area, sort of what you might call topping and small branches and stuff like that, and some piles have already mulched. That the timber that would be milled in generally is not tangled up in it. It hasn't been delivered yet. We're still talking about large trees lying down waiting to be either cut up, taken away and burnt, or cut up and collected and milled. The collection and taking to the mill could be undertaken as part of the sawmill operation, so it's reducing one of the activities of council. The administrative side of it, I recognise that there are components of that, but again, this is why we look at putting this up as a temporary measure, getting some of those timbers used productively so that we are operating in a more sustainable way. And certainly this should not be at a cost to council. It should either be a cost neutral process or indeed reduce the cost of council, both in terms of picking up the tree trunks, processing them and avoiding having to take them off the island. That's why it's urgent. There's longer stuff that I've been speaking to Chris and his team for over 12 months from the first week that I was here. And in fact, I had some of those discussions prior to coming into council from the Chamber of Commerce about how we can build more collaboration and sustainability financially through local businesses working with council. And some of those things, like the backloads, like the mulching, like getting private rural properties to host decanting, those sort of things are being dealt with administratively and can do through time. There's not an urgency about it. Right. Having trunks of spotted gum or other forms of hard tallow wood sitting there waiting to be cut up because we don't want to mill it is an urgent one.
All right, thank you. I think we've exhausted. You got more questions? Sorry, Councillor Bishop had one first, then Councillor Tolson.
Look, I see the opportunity in this, but I think the longer game is the really important one. The innovation and opportunity for our city, if we can avoid putting too much pressure, if there's a fast fail option that officers can work on, that I would be happy with that. But I think the longer term, as Councillor Rendell has mentioned, the longer term benefit of how we can manage these resources going forward is so worthwhile that we should do this properly without putting extra pressure on officers. If there is a fast fail solution that can help in the short term, fair enough, but I think the longer term aim of the intent is more important that I would support.
All right, thank you, Councillor Bishop. Yes, I do note that the General Manager did provide advice in relation to the increased capacity over the school holidays that will remove a lot of green waste from the islands already. Councillor Tolte.
Just in the interests of moving forward, Mayor, if I can just suggest that the intent of the councillor is to reduce the amount of trunks that have to be chopped up. It speaks to having a temporary lease over some land, but as has, and it must be late in the day because I'm agreeing with Councillor Bishop, if we can have a quick assessment of it, and even, it might be that the officers look at it and say lease is too hard, but we can give access, like, if these logs are laying on the side of the road around the island, there's nothing stopping the sawmill guys from going picking them up and taking them to a private property and saw and milling them. There just isn't.
All right.
So, yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
They get chased away.
Thank you, everyone. Noting the General Manager's feedback in relation to resourcing and, as I just said before, the amount heading off the islands and the fact that this has been brought as an urgent item of business. I'll now put the motion. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rendles, would you like to sum up?
No, it's late in the day. I'm happy to put the motion, but just focusing. We're looking at getting it considered quickly, and it will either get up or it won't get up. I'm happy with that. And we're looking at a temporary access point. And just on Councillor Taute's point, part of the problem with the islands is because of the scattering of houses, that this sort of activity is not suitable for commercial need when it's close to residential areas. There's also problematic in our light industrial land because it's proximity to residential. This is one of the few sites that where it won't create impact that will cause neighbourhood complaints. So I'm happy for the motion to go to a vote.
Thank you, Councillor Rendles. Those in favour of the motion? That is Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golley, Councillor Tolte, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Rendles online?
Yes.
Thank you. It's 5. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Tolte, Councillor Bishop, myself. The motion is lost. Sorry, Colley. Sorry. The motion is lost. Thank you, everyone. We move to item 20. There are no confidential items listed on the agenda. Thank you, everyone, for your attendance today. Thank you for everyone who watched online, noting the 2 and a bit hours that we were offline as well. This meeting is now closed. Please ensure, councillors, that you've attended